Chapter 619. Vajra Sutra, Dharma Sutra, and other familiar Buddhist sutras were being recited by these monks. However, these monks seemed to be going through the motions and were not focused at all. On the other hand, the villagers of Little Rock Village were devoutly worshipping Buddha. Everyone's eyes were filled with reverence. Clearly, in the hearts of these villagers, Buddha's position was supreme. Under a mulberry tree, Yi Xian was leaning against the tree alone. He calmly looked at the ongoing ceremony and did not participate in it. The so-called deities and Buddhas were not worth mentioning in Yi Xian's eyes. Naturally, Yi Xian would not worship the Buddha like the villagers. Furthermore, towards the great thunderclap temple of Western Mystical Mountain, Yi Xian had never taken it to heart. If not for the fact that Buddhism was founded by the two Western sages, Yi Xian would have destroyed Mystical Mountain because of how it targeted him in the past. How could there be today's Buddha worship day? After half a day, from the cumbersome worship ceremony, the so-called Buddha worship day finally came to an end. Every villager of Little Rock Village was glowing and they were reciting Buddhist sutras that they did not understand. Buddhism is boundless and benefits the people of the world. Ku Hui clasped his hands together and recited Buddha's name. Two monks walked out from the crowd with a merit box in their hands. They then looked around at the villagers of Little Rock Village. Clearly, they were asking the villagers for incense money. My Buddha is merciful. Zhang Qinghe clasped his hands together and was the first to step forward with a devout expression. He held 5 copper coins tightly in his hands and devoutly placed them into the merit box. At this moment, when Ku Hui saw the 5 copper coins donated by Zhang Qinghe, his brows furrowed tightly. Although he had already expected that Little Rock Village would not be able to offer any incense money, he did not expect that the village chief would be so poor. Then wouldn't the other villagers be even more poor? As expected. Before Ku Hui could relax his brows, he saw the villagers of Little Rock Village step forward one after another. 1 copper coin, 2 copper coins, and some even took out crops like sweet potatoes as incense money and stuffed them into the hands of the monks who were holding the merit boxes. Enough. Such a scene directly caused Ku Hui's face to turn red. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time rose and his cold reprimand exploded in the ears of the villagers. Forget about the 3 animals and 4 fruits being inferior, now you are even so stingy with the incense money to worship my Buddha. You unruly people are simply lawless, you don't even have Buddha in your heart. Ku Hui was flustered and exasperated, where was the slightest bit of mercy left? Emissary, please calm down. It is my Little Rock Village. Zhang Qinghe's face was pale as he hurriedly bowed to explain. However, before he could finish his words, Ku Hui glared at him, causing Zhang Qinghe to shudder and swallow the words he was about to say. Unruly people come from barren hills and turbulent waters, unruly people come from barren hills and turbulent waters. Ku Hui was burning with rage, he was so angry that he stomped his feet. He had wasted half a day and the incense money he received was so little, this was the biggest humiliation to him. The enraged Buddhist emissary caused the villagers of Little Rock Village to panic. However, no one dared to retort. Clearly, the prestige of Buddhism had existed in the Aparagodania continent for a long time, causing these villagers to not have any strange thoughts. Scoundrel! Suddenly, a weak child's voice rang out from the crowd. Although the voice was not loud, now that the Buddhist emissary was enraged, the villagers did not dare to make a sound. This voice was clearly piercing to the ears. How dare you? Who dares to slander my Buddha? Ku Hui was already furious. Now that he heard this voice, it naturally added fuel to the fire. This also caused him to look towards the source of the voice. Little Zhuoma, don't speak nonsense. In the crowd, Uncle Zhuo's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly scolded the little girl in a low voice and even covered the little girl's mouth. Clearly, this voice came from little Zhuoma's mouth. Great, great. Even this little child dares to slander my Buddhists. You people of Little Rock Village sure have guts. Ku Hui pointed at the villagers and his voice became extremely cold. Emissary, please calm down. She is still a child. Please do not lower yourself to her level. Uncle Zhuo hurriedly knelt on the ground and continuously kowtowed to Ku Hui. He even pulled his granddaughter to kneel down and apologize to Ku Hui. However, the little girl dodged and ran to Yi Xian. Half of her body was hidden behind Yi Xian's back. They are scoundrels. Not only did they bully Uncle Qing He, they also took advantage of the villagers' money. The little girl bit her lips tightly. Her gaze towards Ku Hui and the group of monks was filled with disgust. Clearly, in the little girl's pure heart, although she could not differentiate between good and evil, she could still distinguish between good and bad people. Demon child, this must be a demon child. Being reprimanded by a little girl like this caused Ku Hui's face to turn ashen. He even pointed at little Zhuo Ma and scolded loudly. How dare you, demon child? How dare you mislead the crowd and slander the reputation of my Buddhism? Ku Hui scolded angrily and strode towards the little girl. His Aurous Core stage cultivation was released. A ring of golden Buddhist light bloomed, causing people to feel extremely fearful when they looked at it. Emissary, please calm down. She is only a child. She is definitely not a demon child. Uncle Zhuo was drenched in cold sweat. He hurriedly stood in front of Ku Hui and pleaded with a trembling voice. Emissary, please be clear. She is really only a child. Please do not be angry. Zhang Qing he said humbly and directly knelt at Ku Hui's feet. Scram! Ku Hui swept his sleeves and directly swept the two of them away. This also caused Zhang Qing he and Uncle Zhuo to let out a muffled groan as they landed heavily on the ground. Lowly commoners. Ku Hui scolded coldly. If it was not for the fact that he was a Buddhist and was not good at killing, he would definitely kill the two of them today to prevent him from being disgusted. Grandfather, Uncle Qing He. Little Zhuo Ma called out softly and was about to run towards the two of them. However, before she could do anything, a hand gently pulled her back. If you dare to take another step forward, you will not be able to leave today. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from behind the little girl. Yi Xian stood with his hands behind his back and was looking at Ku Hui emotionlessly and indifferently. It was obvious that this sentence came from Yi Xian. When Yi Xian's words fell into his ears, this caused Ku Hui's expression to change slightly. He stared at Yi Xian and suddenly discovered that there was a youth in black standing behind the little girl. Yi Xian was dressed in a rough hemp garment. His grayish-white hair was scattered behind his head. However, his appearance was extremely handsome and his skin was as white as jade. Although his clothes were extremely simple, he gave off an indescribable pressure just by standing there. Although Ku Hui was a Buddhist, he was also a Buddhist cultivator in the Aurous Core stage. Although his cultivation was not high, his ability to judge people was extremely powerful. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become a Buddhist emissary with his Aurous Core stage cultivation. When Yi Xian's voice and appearance entered Ku Hui's eyes suddenly froze. His heart was beating violently at this moment. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a person, but an unimaginable great person. Pressure like a mountain. This was the first instinct that Yi Xian gave Ku Hui. Chapter 620. Although Ku Hui could not sense any cultivation from Yi Xian, as if the other party was really immortal, there seemed to be a voice in the unseen world telling him that if he really dared to take a step forward, an extremely terrifying thing would happen to him. Brother Yi, don't speak nonsense. Hurry up and apologize to the emissary. Zhang Qinghe got up with difficulty. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and advised Yi Xian anxiously. Emissary, please don't be angry. Brother Yi suffered from a mental illness in his early years and has yet to recover. Please forgive him. Li Xiu's little face was pale. She hurriedly knelt in front of Ku Hui and begged in a humble voice. "Little Yi, hurry up and apologize to the emissary." Uncle Zhuo staggered over and stood in front of his granddaughter and Yi Xian. He even advised Yi Xian anxiously with great worry in his eyes. He never thought that Yi Xian would dare to speak to the emissary of Buddhism in such a way. It was fine that little Zhuo Ma was young, but Yi Xian was clearly an adult. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Although Uncle Zhuo slightly blamed Yi Xian for being so daring, he could not let his granddaughter and Yi Xian be hurt no matter what. From this, it could be seen that this old man was extremely simple and honest. The villagers all came forward to plead for the little girl and Yi Xian. This also caused little Zhuo Ma to bite her lips and hug Yi Xian's arm tightly. She looked at Ku Hui with slight fear. Unfortunately, no one knew that Ku Hui had no intention of making things difficult for Yi Xian at this moment. More and more cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his body trembled unconsciously. It was all because Yi Xian's gaze was emotionless and indifferent. It made him feel the great terror of being on the verge of death. Ku Hui was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. A person's gaze could freeze him to the spot. If the other party was really immortal, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. He couldn't afford to offend this person. A simple sentence was born in Ku Hui's heart. Even though he did not know who Yi Xian was, his intuition told him that if he dared to cross the line, his ending would be extremely miserable. Amitabha, good indeed. Suddenly, Ku Hui quietly wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, then put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. Buddha is merciful, redeeming people to do good. Today, it was this poor monk's inner demon that was born. If it wasn't for this benefactor's great shout to subdue the demon and awaken this poor monk from the inner demon, this poor monk would have definitely suffered a great calamity. This poor monk thanks benefactor for saving my life. Shameless, extremely shameless. When Ku Hui made such a gesture, it made Yi Xian slightly startled. He did not expect this monk to be so shameless. However, Yi Xian instantly regained his composure. After all, he was cultivating in Little Rock Village. It would be best if he did not cause any trouble. The envoy is merciful. Little Yi is not worthy of the envoy's bow. Please don't be like this. Uncle Zhuo hurriedly bowed. His pale face was somewhat rosy. The heavy stone in his heart was finally lifted. Hearing Uncle Zhuo's words, Ku Hui's eyes turned. He took the opportunity to say, Little Rock Village is prosperous with Buddhism. Everyone is kind. This poor monk will definitely report to the abbot when he returns to the temple. Master is merciful. The envoy is kind and benevolent. In the future, you will definitely become a bodhisattva. Hearing Ku Hui's words of praise, Zhang Qinghe and the other villagers all spoke out. Everyone's eyes were filled with piety. They really thought that it was Yi Xian's words that saved Ku Hui from his inner demons. Unfortunately, the crowd did not know that if Ku Hui was not afraid of Yi Xian, today's Buddhist worship ceremony would definitely create waves and extremely bad things would definitely happen. Buddhism is boundless. Redeeming people to do good is the purpose of Buddhism. Now, this poor monk will represent Buddhism to bestow medicine to Little Rock Village. This poor monk will also allow the villagers to feel the blessings of Buddhism. As Ku Hui spoke, he did not look at Yi Xian again. He turned around and returned to the altar. However, no one saw him secretly heave a sigh of relief. Clearly, the pressure that Yi Xian gave him finally lessened. The Buddhist worship ceremony continued. However, it was not as tense and oppressive as before. Under Ku Hui's benevolent smile, the monks took out some medicine and gave it to the villagers of Little Rock Village. This made the villagers of Little Rock Village happy. Thank you, Master. An old woman who suffered from rheumatism was cured by Ku Hui's spell. Her eyes were filled with tears as she grabbed Ku Hui's hand. Her mouth trembled with gratitude. Ku Hui nodded and smiled. However, a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. He silently moved the old woman's hand away from her body. If it was not for Yi Xian by his side, why would he waste his cultivation to bestow kindness to these foolish mortals? The scorching sun shone high in the sky. The spell casting and giving medicine had finally ended. The process of the Buddhist worship ceremony had also come to an end. The sun on the horizon was also setting in the west. The sunset was also rising. Amitabha. Ku Hui chanted the name of Buddha. He had a benevolent smile on his face as he looked at the villagers. However, when he saw Yi Xian, his eyes slightly evaded. He did not dare to look at Yi Xian for even a moment. To Ku Hui, one day felt like a year. He had long wanted to leave this village. However, he had to complete the process of the Buddhist worship ceremony. This caused him to be on tenterhooks. He was deeply afraid that the mysterious young man would cause some trouble. The Dharma is boundless, delivering all living beings from torment. Everyone in Little Rock Village worships Buddha. The hearts of the people are kind. This is a great deed. Benefactors, please kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times to my Buddha. This is a great deed. Benefactors, please kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times to my Buddha to show your sincerity towards Buddha. In your next life, you will be able to repay good deeds. Ku Hui chanted the name of Buddha. Of course. As the village chief, Zhang Qinghe took the lead to kneel in front of the golden Buddha statue. This caused the rest of the villagers to also kneel and kowtow to the golden Buddha statue. They even softly chanted the name of Amitabha. Everyone's eyes were filled with piety. Under the golden Buddha statue, the villagers kneeled and kowtowed. However, when Yi Xian's figure fell into Ku Hui's eyes, Ku Hui frowned. A trace of sharpness flashed across his eyes. Yi Xian was dressed in a coarse hemp garment. His grayish-white hair hung behind his head. A gust of wind blew, causing his hair to flutter in the wind. It gave off a mysterious and leisurely feeling. However, at this moment, Yi Xian did not kneel in front of the golden Buddha statue like the rest of the villagers. Instead, he stood calmly in the same spot. It was as if nothing could affect him in the slightest. Amitabha. Ku Hui slowly walked over. Although he was afraid of Yi Xian, kneeling in front of the Buddha was a big matter. Yi Xian's current posture was already a great offense. If he did not ask about it and someone reported this matter back to the temple, he would definitely be questioned by the abbot. How would he explain then? I wonder why benefactor is not kneeling in front of my Buddha. When Ku Hui was only 10 feet away from Yi Xian, he stopped. With a smile on his face, he asked Yi Xian. Little Yi Xian, quickly kneel in front of the Buddha. Uncle Zhuo's expression changed slightly. He quickly reminded Yi Xian in a low voice. Brother Yi. The little girl pursed her lips and called out to Yi Xian. Brother Yi, Li Xiu said softly. Chapter 621. Unfortunately, Yi Xian acted as if he did not hear the crowd's reminder. Instead, he looked at Ku Hui indifferently and said in a calm voice, In this world, there are only people who kneel to me. I have never kneeled to anyone. I dare to kneel, but does Buddha dare to accept it? Yi Xian's voice wasn't loud, nor did it contain the slightest bit of aura. However, when his voice sounded out, the entire world became deathly silent. Everything was silent to the extreme, as if time and space had stopped. Kacha. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the golden Buddha statue began to crack inch by inch. With a loud bang, the golden Buddha statue collapsed to the ground in an instant. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in cold air could be heard continuously. Monk Ku Hui's face was pale as he looked at this scene in a daze. He took a few steps back, and when he looked at Yi Xian again, his eyes were filled with extreme horror. You. Ku Hui's heart was filled with fear. Silent fear filled Ku Hui's mind. He didn't know what had happened, nor did he know why the Buddha statue collapsed on its own. However, when he heard Yi Xian's disrespectful words with his own ears, his entire body trembled in fear. Ku Hui wanted to shout at Yi Xian angrily and even wanted to reprimand Yi Xian for his arrogant words. However, when he saw Yi Xian's emotionless and indifferent eyes, he swallowed the words of reprimand back down. Let them write their names in the merit book. Let's go back to the temple. Ku Hui suddenly turned around and quickly left in front of Yi Xian. However, when his trembling voice rang out, the two pale-faced monks took out a huge piece of yellow silk and an ink brush and walked towards the villagers. Obviously, the merit book had the name of every villager of Stone Village written down. This was also the last part of the ritual. The villagers were simple and honest but not stupid. When they heard Yi Xian's words and saw Ku Hui's frightened expression, they also thought of what had happened before. A trace of suspicion appeared in the eyes of the villagers, and they looked at Yi Xian with extremely complicated expressions. Everything was silent, and the world was silent. Two monks came to the front of the villagers with silk and ink brushes in their hands. Every villager silently wrote their name on the silk. This segment did not take long. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the yellow silk was filled with their names. Only Yi Xian remained standing in the same spot. Bewildered and hesitant, only Yi Xian had not written down his name. This made the two monks look at each other, but they still gritted their teeth and walked towards Yi Xian. Please sign your name, benefactor. A monk forced a smile and handed Yi Xian an ink brush with trembling hands, waiting for Yi Xian to write his name on the silk. This would allow them to leave Little Rock Village and not have to be so frightened. Yi Xian looked indifferently at the silk in the monk's hands. He was silent for 3 breaths and then picked up the ink brush under the gaze of the villagers. Yi Xian held the ink brush in his hand and wrote something on the silk. After a few breaths, he casually threw the ink brush to the ground and then calmly turned around and walked back into the village. Quick! Quick! Quick, see what he wrote. Looking at Yi Xian, who was already far away, Ku Hui asked the two monks in a trembling voice. He. At this moment, the two monks could not speak clearly and their faces were extremely pale. The silk in their hands was trembling violently and even the pupils in their eyes were constricting as if they had seen something extremely terrifying. Give it to me, I want to see what he wrote. Ku Hui's face was gloomy. He strode forward and took the yellow silk and looked at it. Silence. Silence, a deathly silence. When Ku Hui saw what Yi Xian had written, he was completely stunned on the spot. However, his teeth were constantly trembling, and his knees were weak. Then, he fell to the ground like a pile of mud, and the silk in his hand fell to his side. What Yi Xian had written was clearly seen by the villagers. Kneeling in front of Buddha for 3,000 years, I have never seen Buddha show mercy. Not because dust covers Buddha's eyes, I have never offered any incense money. Dragon flying and phoenix dancing, strong strokes and silver hooks. These 4 simple sentences fully explained everything that happened today. These 4 sentences were even more disgraceful and were slandering Buddhism. How could Ku Hui and the others not tremble in fear? If Buddha is not greedy, why does he need people to worship him? If Buddha is not vain, why does he need people to kneel and worship him? I have Buddha in my heart, but Buddha does not have me. Suffering all the sufferings of the world, I ask Buddha. Buddha says, everything is predestined. I laugh, since you cannot help me, what is the use of worshipping you? Buddha says to deliver all living beings from torment, but who has ever seen Buddha deliver anyone? He. How dare he? Ku Hui's face was ashen and his voice trembled as he roared. He clutched the yellow silk tightly and looked at the villagers with a malicious gaze. He stood up and dashed out of the village. The rest of the monks quickly followed, leaving the villagers looking at each other. However, what the villagers of Little Rock Village didn't know was that there was a strange light in each of their eyes. Their hearts, which were originally devoted to Buddhism, were now showing signs of cracks. Man is the spiritual leader of all living things and is the foundation of heaven and earth. Because man has his own thoughts and wisdom, he can become the spiritual leader of all living things. This has never changed. Everything that happened today was seen by the villagers. Maybe they did not understand at the beginning, but after Ku Hui and the others left, if they still did not understand the change in Ku Hui's attitude, then they would have to call themselves idiots. At the beginning, Ku Hui was full of vigor and scolded them. He was furious because of the 3 animals and 4 fruits and incense money. However, when Ku Hui faced Yi Xian, Ku Hui's anger dissipated into nothingness and transformed into a merciful and compassionate appearance. Not only did she speak gently to them, she even cast a spell to treat their illness and give them medicine. There was only one possibility for such a huge change in attitude, and that was because Yi Xian was not like what Ku Hui said. It was not Yi Xian who saved him from his inner demons. Looking at it now, Ku Hui's words were a joke, and this made the villagers feel ashamed. "Uncle Zhua, who is Xiaoyi?" Zhang Qinghe asked with a bitter smile. "Yes, Uncle Zhua, you said Xiaoyi is your distant cousin, but according to everyone's knowledge, you have never had any cousins." Li Dezhuang sighed. Even the Buddhist emissary's attitude changed because of Big Brother Yi. It seems that Big Brother Yi is not an ordinary person. No wonder he has no interest in me. Li Xiu smiled sadly and let out a long sigh. No matter who Xiaoyi is, he has settled down in our Little Rock Village, so he is our family. He is definitely not a bad person. Please believe in him. Uncle Zhua said solemnly and even bowed to the villagers. Big Brother Yi is a good person. The little girl said in a childish voice and then ran towards Yi Xian's residence in the village. That's right. Uncle Zhua is right. No matter who Brother Yi is, he has never harmed us. He is our family, Zhang Qinghe said with a laugh. As Zhang Qinghe's words fell, the villagers agreed and walked towards Yi Xian's residence together. Obviously, if it was not for Yi Xian today, the Buddhist emissary would definitely blame them. Chapter 622. The night sky was like water, dotted with stars. The stars rumbled and revolved in the starry sky according to an unchanging law since time immemorial, and the starlight that illuminated the world sprinkled down, soaking everything in the world until it was spotless. Little Stone Village. The lights were brightly lit, and there was a hubbub of voices. Dozens of villagers gathered in front of Uncle Zhua's house. Everyone's faces were brimming with joy, and their mouths occasionally let out joyful laughter. Although it was already late at night, the villagers were still in high spirits after experiencing the Buddha worship during the day. They even spontaneously set up a few simple banquet tables in front of Uncle Zhua's house. There were even some low-quality drinks piled on the tables. The banquet was very simple. There were only some crops like sweet potatoes, some vegetables, and some wine. It was enough to entertain the villagers. Of course, the villagers did not gather in front of Uncle Zhua's house just to drink and have fun. They also wanted to express their gratitude to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not participate. He only expressed his gratitude to the villagers before closing the door. It was not that Yi Xian was arrogant, but he had always liked peace and quiet. He also knew that the villagers of Little Stone Village had some doubts about his identity. If he really did participate in the banquet, he would have to explain his origins. Yi Xian was a person who hated trouble, so it was better to be alone in the grass hut. It would save him a lot of trouble. It was late at night, and the moon hung high in the sky. As the villagers returned home to rest, Yi Xian welcomed a rare moment of peace. However, at this moment, there was a soft knock on the door outside. This made Yi Xian get out of bed and open the door. As expected, it was the grandfather and granddaughter outside the door. "Brother Yi Xian," the little girl sweetly called out to Yi Xian. Her large, watery eyes were filled with admiration. "Little Zhuoma, good girl," Yi Xian smiled and rubbed the little girl's hair. His eyes were filled with gentleness. "Little Yi, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise, who knows how much trouble that Buddhist emissary would have caused." Uncle Zhuo chuckled and expressed his gratitude to Yi Xian. "Let's go inside and talk." Yi Xian stepped aside, allowing the grandfather and grandson pair to enter the house. A single candle flickered in the grass hut. It was deep into the night and all was quiet. Yi Xian and Uncle Yi Xian were chatting in the grass hut. The little girl was still young after all. She leaned into Yi Xian's arms and soon fell into a deep sleep. There was a pure and happy smile on her lips. Seeing that his granddaughter had already fallen asleep, Uncle Zhuo silently glanced at Yi Xian. After some deliberation, he said, "Little Yi, ever since you came to Little Rock Village, this old man could tell that you were no ordinary person. But this old man also understands that our Little Rock Village can't keep a divine dragon like you. There will come a time when you will soar into the 9 firmaments. But this old man wants you to know that Little Rock Village will always be your home. If there comes a day when you are tired, then come home and visit me and little Zhuoma. This way, this old man can die in peace." Uncle Zhuo didn't ask who Yi Xian was, nor did he ask about Yi Xian's identity. He only knew that because of Yi Xian's appearance, the grandfather and grandson pair treated him as family. Yi Xian was silent as he looked at Uncle Zhuo's aged appearance. Just as Uncle Zhuo said, he would leave Little Rock Village one day. In this world, it might be tomorrow or 100 years later because Yi Xian didn't know when he would leave. The journey of seeking the Tao and the opportunity to become a quasi-saint. He stayed in Little Rock Village and stayed with the grandfather and grandson pair because he was searching for his lost heart and the opportunity to become a quasi-saint. This period of time was a rare period of peace for Yi Xian. There were no conflicts or great enemies. There were only peaceful years. Yi Xian enjoyed this kind of calm and tranquil time. He was even examining himself to find what he'd lost. He was refining his heart and tempering his soul, hoping that one day, he would be able to comprehend the path of a quasi-sage. To Yi Xian, 100 years passed in a flash. But to mortals, 100 years was their entire life. Whether he was affectionate or not, Yi Xian couldn't tell what kind of feelings he had for the grandfather and grandson pair. But Yi Xian always understood that this seemingly aged old man had taught him a lesson about the human heart. This was also the reason why he stayed in Little Rock Village. If the heart was not extinguished, all things would exist forever. True spirits would be born and one could become a quasi-saint. Yi Xian always remembered these words. This was the maxim left to him by Tao ancestor Hongjun. It was also the opportunity for him to become a quasi-saint. No matter who I am, as long as I stay in Little Rock Village, I will be able to protect the village. I will also treat Zhuoma as my own sister. Uncle Zhuo, you can rest assured. Yi Xian softly said. This was also a promise he made to Uncle Zhuo, as well as an expression of his own attitude. Little Yi, you are a person of great ability. In the end, this old man is only a mortal. Sooner or later, I will be buried in the yellow earth. The only thing I am worried about in this mortal world is this granddaughter of mine. If you don't mind, after this old man dies, you can keep her by your side and let her make your bed. This way, she will have a relative by her side and won't be alone. This old man will be able to rest in peace in the underworld. As Uncle Zhuo spoke, he was about to bow to Yi Xian. However, before he could do so, an invisible force stopped him. Uncle Zhuo, there is no need for this. Little Zhuoma is very obedient and sensible. I will treat her as my own sister, Yi Xian said softly. Little Yi, thank you. The night was like water. Little Zhuo Ma slept peacefully in the grass hut while Uncle Zhuo returned home alone. However, Yi Xian watched the old man leave with a complicated look in his eyes. Family was difficult to part with. This was what the old man valued the most. He was already 70 years old and the only thing he could not let go of was his granddaughter. This was why he had pleaded with Yi Xian today. Yi Xian could tell that the old man only had 1 year left to live. However, he didn't tell the old man that although he could make the old man immortal, mortals had their own fate. How many people could he, Yi Xian, help? Uncle Zhuo's heart is with little Zhuo Ma. Then where is Yi Xian's heart? Under the night sky, Yi Xian leaned against the window and muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with confusion. Clearly, he could not find the answer to this question. Five-Flower Temple. Speaking of Five Flowers Temple, it was a famous Buddhist temple in the Aparagodania continent. It had a history of 100,000 years in the Aparagodania continent and worshipped the Buddhas of the Western Spirit Mountain. Its prosperity was not something that ordinary temples could compare to. The Great Thunderclap Temple of Spirit Mountain in the west was famous. Five-Flower Temple was a dojo at the foot of Spirit Mountain. Its abbot, Zen Master Fa Hua, was an arhat, which was equivalent to the Great Heaven Xian Immortal Realm. It was a rather famous existence in the Aparagodania continent. Chapter 623. On this day, Five Hua Temple shone brightly, and the sound of chanting reverberated in all directions. In the solemn Mahavira hall, Zen Master Fa Hua sat cross-legged on a lotus. Countless monks stood on both sides of the Mahavira hall. However, the atmosphere in Five Hua Temple today was stifling. Even Zen Master Fa Hua's face was ashen because he was holding a roll of yellow silk in his hand and reading it with rapt attention. Amitabha. After a full 10 breaths of time, Zen Master Fa Hua chanted the name of Buddha loudly. However, his voice was extremely solemn and contained great anger. One could completely hear it from his Buddha name. To slander Buddha like this person is not only daring, but he also doesn't put Buddha in his heart. If Five Hua Temple does nothing, won't it bring shame to Buddhism? Zen Master Fa Hua looked like an angry Vajra. It was obvious that he was really angry. Abbot, according to what Ku Hui said, this person's cultivation is unfathomable. He definitely cultivates Taoism, and he speaks arrogantly. He doesn't put Buddhism in his eyes at all. His background must be extraordinary. Why don't we report this matter to Spirit Mountain's Great Thunderclap Temple and let the Buddhas of Spirit Mountain decide on their own? An old monk stepped forward and suggested with his palms together. No, if we report this to Spirit Mountain, won't it show that Five Hua Temple is useless? Moreover, we still don't know what this person's cultivation is. If this matter is spread to the outside world, won't the outside world laugh at Five Hua Temple for being useless? Another old monk stood out. His eyebrows were vertical, and he looked ferocious. That's right. If Five Hua Temple can't even handle such a small matter and needs people from Spirit Mountain, then how can Five Hua Temple establish itself in the Aparagodania continent in the future? A white-browed old monk echoed. Senior brothers, you're right. However, you have to understand that the heaven, earth, and man 3 realms are too vast. If this person dares to speak arrogantly, he must have great ability. It's very likely that he's an ancient great medium. I'm afraid that Five Hua Temple can't punish him. Senior brother, you worry too much. How can there be so many great divines in this world? Moreover, this is the Aparagodania continent, the birthplace of our Buddhism. Even the great divines of the ancient times did not dare to slander Buddhism. I'm afraid that this person is definitely an evil spirit. Our Wu Hua Temple should suppress him and send him to Spirit Mountain for punishment. Only then can we show the prestige of our Wu Hua Temple. A few old monks spoke out one after another. It was obvious that they all had different opinions, but they all had their own reasons. Martial granduncles, this disciple has something to say. Suddenly, just as the old monks were arguing endlessly, a nervous and trembling voice sounded, causing the old monks to stop arguing and look towards the source of the voice. Impudent Ku Hui, how can you speak carelessly? Why aren't you leaving? A middle-aged monk's expression changed slightly as he reprimanded Ku Hui. He was Ku Hui's master and he had never thought that his disciple would dare to interrupt in such a situation. Wasn't this causing trouble for him? It's fine. Ku Hui, what do you want to say? Just say it, Zen Master Fa Hua said in a low voice. At this moment, Ku Hui knelt in the middle of the great Buddha's hall. His eyes turned slightly, and then he chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. Martial granduncles, this disciple remembers that martial granduncles Fu had just subdued a river demon a few days ago. This river demon's cultivation is a Tai Xian immortal. If he goes to Small Rock Village to stir up trouble, he will definitely be able to attract this person's attention. At that time, Wuxia Temple will observe from the side and know his cultivation. If this person is not a match for the river demon, we can subdue him and bring him back to Fahua Temple. If the river demon is killed by him, martial granduncles will be able to deduce his cultivation. At that time, we can ask the Buddha of Spirited Mountain to subdue this person. Wouldn't this be the best of both worlds? As Ku Hui's words fell, the entire place was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Obviously, this plan of using someone else to do the dirty work was perfect. Not only did Wuxia Temple not have to do it personally, but they could also deduce Yi Xian's cultivation. No matter what the result was, Wuxia Temple would only benefit and not lose anything. Although this plan was somewhat sinister and shameless, it was a disgrace to Buddhism. However, it could be said to be flawless. This also made Zen Master Fa Hua and the others nod slightly. This is a good plan. Ku Hui, you have done well. Please make the decision. A few old monks spoke one after another and looked at Zen Master Fa Hua. This was because all the decisions were in Zen Master Fa Hua's hands. Amitba. Zen Master Fa Hua chanted Buddha's name softly. Ku Hui, this matter will be handed over to you. If you can do this well, I will personally bestow upon you the Vajra subduing demon spell scroll as a reward from me. Thank you, Master Fa Hua. Ku Hui's face was filled with joy and he kowtowed to Zen Master Fa Hua excitedly. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. It was no wonder that Ku Hui was so excited. The Vajra subduing demon spell scroll was enough for him to cultivate to the realm of celestial immortal. Moreover, he had always harbored hatred towards Yi Xian. If he could use the river demon to kill Yi Xian, it would be enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. Even if the river demon was not Yi Xian's opponent, he could also report to Zen Master Fa Hua. By then, there would be people from Spirited Mountain from the west who would come to suppress Yi Xian. This was simply killing two birds with one stone. At the same time, Blazing Mountain. The Bull Demon King sat high on the white bone throne. Countless small demons were growling. A young girl was tied to a cross pole. However, this young girl's body was covered with whip marks. It was obvious that she had suffered unimaginable torture and whipping. Tell me, who killed my son? The Bull Demon King narrowed his eyes. His huge fist smashed onto the table in front of him. Following a loud bang, the huge stone table turned into ashes. Bull Demon King. I really don't know who he is. I have already said what I need to say. Hu Mei Er said weakly. Her eyes were filled with extreme fear. A few days ago, Hu Mei Er wanted to escape the Aparagodania continent and return to the Greenhill Fox clan because of Red Boy's death. However, she was intercepted by the Bull Demon King halfway. She knew that she would most likely die. As expected, the Bull Demon King directly brought her back to the Blazing Mountain and directly subjected her to inhumane torture. Hu Mei Er did not dare to hide anything. She told the Bull Demon King about how Red Boy was killed. Unfortunately, the Bull Demon King kept asking about Yi Xian's identity. However, how could Hu Mei Er answer him? That was why this scene happened. My king, I think this girl is not lying. She really doesn't know this person. A big demon with a wolf head and a human body was advising the Bull Demon King. Hearing his subordinate's words, the Bull Demon King slowly nodded. This was because he gradually believed Hu Mei Er's words. Because Hu Mei Er had suffered unimaginable torture these few days. Under such cruel punishment, Hu Mei Er would definitely not lie. My king, the murderer's portrait has been drawn. Please take a look. A small demon quickly came before the Bull Demon King. He held a brand new scroll in his hand. When the scroll slowly unfolded, the appearance of a person could be seen. Chapter 624. Yi Xian. Yi Xian was depicted in the painting, but this painting could not restore Yi Xian's original appearance. It only bore a 70% resemblance to Yi Xian. Looking at the person in the painting, the Bull Demon King was slightly taken aback. He had a feeling that he had seen this face somewhere before, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not recognize Yi Xian in the painting. Damned girl, see if this person is the murderer of my son. The Bull Demon King turned the painting around and let Hu Mei Er identify it. Hu Mei Er looked at the painting weakly and nodded lightly. After all, she had only met Yi Xian in a hurry. Although she had described the painting from her own mouth, the 70% resemblance made Hu Mei Er certain that Yi Xian was the person in the painting. Seeing Hu Mei Er nod in agreement, the Bull Demon King narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Pass down my decree to all the Demon Kings. With Little Swallow Mountain as the center, search for this person according to the appearance of the person in the painting within 10 million miles. Yes, Your Majesty." A Demon King carried the painting and left. Your Majesty, this woman is from the Greenhill Fox clan. How should we deal with her? The Wolf Demon asked in a low voice. So what if she's from the Greenhill Fox clan? The Bull Demon King growled coldly, looking at Hu Mei Er with a murderous look. If it wasn't for this vixen, how could my son have died? Throw her into the abyssal poisonous flame and let her never be reincarnated. Yes, Your Majesty. The Wolf Demon smiled ferociously and directly dragged Hu Mei Er's messy hair out of the cave. Hu Mei Er screamed and begged for mercy, but it did not soften the Bull Demon King's heart at all. No matter who you are, you dared to kill my son. I will make sure you never reincarnate. The Bull Demon King roared in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot, and his heart was burning with the flames of hatred. Little Rock Village. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. It was quiet and peaceful. The villagers worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, still living simple lives. Yi Xian seemed to have turned into an ordinary person. Every day, if he wasn't helping the villagers with the land, he was teaching the children in the village. His mind was gradually calming down. The sublimation of the soul wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day. What Yi Xian needed to find was his former heart. He was able to find his original self in this peaceful atmosphere. This was his journey to find his heart, and it was also the path he was currently cultivating. Yi Xian did not lack any of these, but he had already lost his original heart. He hoped that he could find his original heart when he was young in this peaceful life. This was also something he had once lost. Rumble. A sudden clap of thunder exploded in the sky above Little Rock Village. The azure lightning interweaved densely, turning the clear sky of thousands of miles into a dusky color. A torrential rain poured down, causing the villagers of Little Rock Village to return home from their farmlands. They were even more puzzled as to why the clear sky would suddenly rain so heavily. At this moment, Yi Xian and the little girl were hiding from the rain in a slightly dilapidated pavilion. However, Yi Xian's eyes were slightly narrowed as a cold glint silently flashed through his eyes. The weather changes so quickly. I wonder how long this storm will last, the little girl mumbled. She was already drenched from head to toe. Little Zhuoma, wait for me here. I'll be right back. Yi Xian said softly and slowly walked out of the pavilion. This made the little girl anxious. She asked, Brother Yi, where are you going? Unfortunately, Yi Xian's figure quickly disappeared in the torrential rain. The little girl could only wait for Yi Xian's return in the pavilion. Brother Yi has been so mysterious all day. He won't even tell me where he's going, the little girl pouted and mumbled. Dark clouds gathered thousands of miles high in the sky. A monster with the head of a fish and the body of a human was laughing loudly. Demonic fog spread out from its body, causing the wind and clouds to gather within thousands of miles. As it stirred up the wind and waves, thunder and lightning roared and heavy rain poured down. Obviously, this was the doing of this river demon. River demon, continue casting the spell. Directly drown this little rock village. This poor monk wants to see how this bastard is going to save these ignorant mortals. Ku Hui sneered sinisterly and was giving orders to the river demon. A sinister and excited look flickered in his eyes. Bah, a mere gold core stage ant. If this king wasn't restrained by that old fellow Fa Jew, how could I allow you to continue chattering here? You can just watch from the side. If you continue to be noisy, this king will swallow you whole, you ant, the river demon growled ferociously. He did not take Ku Hui seriously at all. You river demon, how dare you be disrespectful to this poor monk? Ku Hui's face was cold. He took out a string of demon-subduing Buddhist beads and chanted a mysterious scripture. This caused the Buddhist beads in his hand to glow and caused the river demon to scream miserably. Don't chant. I'm wrong. The river demon begged miserably. It was obvious that there was a Buddhist restriction in his body and he was being restrained by Ku Hui. Humph, I don't care if you are a demon king. If you continue to be disrespectful to this poor monk, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Ku Hui laughed maniacally and growled. Being able to control a demon king who was a grand unity Xian immortal greatly satisfied Ku Hui's vanity. This also caused him to scold the river demon loudly. Quickly summon the flood and drown Little Rock Village. Ku Hui growled ferociously. This also caused the river demon to be speechless. He could only follow Ku Hui's instructions and cast a demon spell to cause the torrential river to rise. It was obvious that he wanted to drown Little Rock Village. You guys are really courting death. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded in the void. A figure quietly appeared in front of the river demon and Ku Hui. This also caused the river demon and Ku Hui's expression to change drastically. They looked directly at the person who came. It really is you. When Ku Hui saw Yi Xian's face, his face first turned pale. Then, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He immediately retreated behind the river demon and looked at Yi Xian with a gloomy killing intent in his eyes. Humph, tell me your name. After I kill you, I will be able to answer to Wuxia Temple. The river demon growled loudly. Demon fog rolled out from his body. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Yi Xian. This was because he knew that as long as he could kill Yi Xian, Wuxia Temple would agree to let him live. How could this not make the river demon extremely excited? At this moment, Yi Xian stood in the void. There was no aura around him. Even in the gathering of the wind and clouds, there was not the slightest bit of aura leaking out. He only looked at the two of them as if he was looking at dead people. There were no waves and no laws. A dot of Daoyuo immortal light grew around Yi Xian. This part of the world suddenly froze. The lightning within thousands of miles dissipated and the thick dark clouds stopped moving forward. Daoyuo Jinxian. Suddenly, the river demon screamed. The ferocious expression in his eyes turned into horror. His entire body went limp and he fell into the void. Chapter 625. You are Daoyuo Jingxian. The river demon screamed. Although his cultivation was low, he still had his eyesight. When Yi Xian's body emitted the great Luo immortal light, the river demon knew what kind of terrifying existence he was facing. You, what nonsense are you spouting? How can he be Daoyuo Jingxian? At this moment, Ku Hui was the most terrified. When he heard He Yao's words, he kept retreating and his face was pale. Die. A simple word came out of Yi Xian's mouth. He didn't seem to make any movements, but his eyes rotated, causing the entire world to distort to the extreme. An extremely mournful scream came from the mouth of the river demon, and an extremely terrifying thing happened. Bang! The river demon's body collapsed and directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Even his primordial spirit wasn't left behind and he died miserably between heaven and earth. The pouring demon blood mixed with the rain and sprinkled down. Even though he wanted to beg Yi Xian for mercy before he died, he didn't even have the time to make a sound. Run! Such a terrifying scene made Ku Hui's heart tremble. He did not dare to stay any longer and fled into the distance like a stray dog. Unfortunately, even He Yao's soul was destroyed by Yi Xian's rotational eyes. Ku Hui was just an ant in the Aurus core stage. How could he escape from Yi Xian's palm? Buzz! Heaven and earth distorted and the universe turned upside down. An unimaginable force was exerted on Ku Hui's body and made him appear in front of Yi Xian. A jade-like palm was quietly pressed on his head. Ah! Ku Hui screamed in fear and his body and mind were trembling. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Ku Hui begged humbly. Snot and tears kept falling. If he could kneel down, he would have knelt at Yi Xian's feet. Unfortunately, his head was held by Yi Xian's palm and he could not even move a finger. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end, Yi Xian didn't say a single word of nonsense to Ku Hui. His gaze was filled with calmness and indifference. Yi Xian wasn't the slightest bit interested in someone who couldn't even be called an ant. Ah! Suddenly, Ku Hui's face became extremely distorted. His flesh was destroyed inch by inch and a white skeleton appeared. His primordial spirit was sucked into Yi Xian's palm. Soul search. This was an extremely vicious secret technique that could search one's primordial spirit and memory. However, the soul of the target would be destroyed and he would not even have the chance to be reincarnated. Bang! Ku Hui's primordial spirit was directly crushed by Yi Xian's palm. His white bones even turned into a wisp of ash that dissipated into the air along with the pouring rain. Wuxia Temple. Yi Xian muttered to himself. He knew everything from Ku Hui's primordial spirit. This made him smile and then he quietly disappeared in the wind and rain. Yi Xian was a person who was afraid of trouble. His method of solving trouble was simple and practical. As long as the problem was eliminated from the root, the so-called trouble would disappear without a trace. Since Wuxia Temple was courting death, Yi Xian did not mind exterminating them. This was Yi Xian's way of doing things. In the distant sky, the two demons were trembling in fear. The two of them had personally witnessed the tragic death of River Demon and Ku Hui. They had also witnessed how terrifying Yi Xian was. The two demons were originally from the Golden Eagle clan and were cultivating on Lingyun Peak. When the two of them discovered that someone was summoning clouds and rain in their territory, it naturally attracted the attention of the two demons. They even personally came to see who was causing such a huge commotion in their territory. However, when they arrived, they saw the scene of Yi Xian killing River Demon Ku Hui. They also saw how terrifying Daoyuo Jingxian was. This naturally made the two demons tremble and speechless. They were deeply afraid that Yi Xian would find trouble with them. Fortunately, although Yi Xian discovered the two of them, he did not put them in his eyes at all. He directly disappeared into the sky. This also made the two of them secretly sigh in relief. Big brother, doesn't this person look like the person wanted by the Bull Demon King? Suddenly, one of the demons said in horror. Hearing the second brother's words, the other demon carefully recalled Yi Xian's appearance. A hint of horror flashed across his eyes. It was indeed as the second brother had said. Wasn't this Daluo Jinxian 70% similar to the portrait sent by the Bull Demon King's subordinate? Good heavens, to think that you and I would encounter such an opportunity. Second brother, quickly inform the Bull Demon King that we have found the person he is looking for. The big brother laughed, excitement in his eyes. One had to know that the Bull Demon King had issued a heavy reward. Whoever could find Yi Xian's traces, regardless of whether it was a secret technique or an immortal pill or spiritual fruit, they would be heavily rewarded to the person who provided the clues. How could this not make him feel extremely excited? Big brother, I think this matter is not something that you and I can participate in. Why don't we reconsider? The second brother said solemnly. He was not blinded by greed because he had seen Yi Xian's terror with his own eyes. Wealth comes from danger. Besides, you and I are not participating in this matter at all. We are only providing the clues to the Bull Demon King. As for the Bull Demon King's enmity with this person, what does that have to do with you and my brother? The big brother chuckled. Hearing the big brother's words, the second brother nodded. Clearly, this was the truth. The two demons discussed for a while, then directly returned to their cave abodes and sent a jade slip to the Mountain of Flames. Little Rock Village. The sky was clear for thousands of miles and the dark clouds had dispersed. The storm came and went quickly, which made the villagers of Little Rock Village feel extremely strange. However, as mortals, they naturally did not think much of it. The storm could be considered to have watered the crops, which was also a good thing for Little Rock Village. In the pavilion. The little girl fiddled with the hem of her clothes in boredom until the sound of footsteps came from outside the pavilion. The little girl looked up and saw Yi Xian walking towards her with a smile. Big brother Yi, where did you go? Little Zhuoma asked curiously. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not answer the little girl's question. Instead, he gently stroked her hair and said in a gentle voice, Big brother Yi has to go out for a while. I will definitely return within 7 days. Rest at home with grandpa for the next few days and wait for my return. As Yi Xian spoke, he took out a jade pendant from his sleeve and personally hung it around the little girl's neck. Don't leave this jade pendant. Do you hear me? Big brother Yi, why are you always so secretive? The little girl pouted. She felt that Yi Xian was very strange. He was always doing things that she did not understand and saying things that she did not understand. However, the little girl was extremely obedient and sensible. She still smiled brilliantly at Yi Xian and said, Big brother Yi, you have to come back soon. Otherwise, my little Zhuoma will miss you. Yi Xian nodded and smiled. He gave the little girl a few more instructions before strolling out of the pavilion and gradually disappearing into the dirt path outside the village. Chapter 626. At the same time, at the Mountain of Flames. The earth-shattering roar of the bull reverberated between heaven and earth. The Bull Demon King, who had transformed into a giant, was roaring at the heavens until his body gradually returned to normal. His voice, which could shake mountains and rivers, was also heard at this moment. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by sheer luck. I've finally found you. No matter who you are, I'll take your life. The Bull Demon King laughed maniacally. He suddenly looked at the two greater demons who sent him the message. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, Not bad, the two of you have done well. I will definitely reward the two of you handsomely. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. We just sent a message. We wouldn't dare to ask for a reward from you. The two demons smiled flatteringly, but their eyes were filled with hope as they looked at the Bull Demon King. Obviously, they were waiting for the Bull Demon King's reward. Boom! The sky shook and the earth cracked. The Bull Demon King's hooves stepped on the air. Something that terrified the two demons happened. The Bull Demon King smiled ferociously, and when he punched out, his fists turned into heaven-trampling bull hooves and suddenly stepped on their bodies. Bang! There were two explosions and a rain of blood. The two demons didn't even have the chance to resist and were directly killed by the Bull Demon King on the spot. Even before they died, the two of them didn't understand why they didn't receive a reward for sending a message to the Bull Demon King. Instead, they lost their lives here. Just two pieces of trash. You want to ask for a reward from me with just the two of you? The Bull Demon King's eyes were gloomy, and his whole body was filled with hostility. On this day, the mountain of flames was filled with evil energy. Demonic clouds covered the sky as they soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of Little Rock Village in a grandiose manner. Such a huge commotion naturally shocked all the great immortals. They didn't know why the Bull Demon King was mobilizing such a large force. In the boundless sky, in the vast void, a slender figure walked slowly in the sky. However, with every step he took, he was thousands of miles away. There was also a touch of celestial light blooming around him, making it impossible to see what he looked like. The wind was light and the clouds were light, untainted by dust. Yi Xian didn't have the slightest murderous intent around him. He was rushing toward the direction of Five Flowers Temple according to the memory of Ku Hui's primordial spirit. Yi Xian had always believed in one sentence: cut the weeds without removing the roots, and they would grow again when the spring breeze blew. Since Ku Hui could bring the river demon to Little Rock Village to test him, he was afraid that Wuhua Temple would make a move on him sooner or later. Naturally, Yi Xian did not care about the small Wuhua Temple. However, Yi Xian did not like the troublesome matter of beating up the young and bringing the old. Therefore, he chose to go directly to the temple and kill the whole family. Although the flies were weak, they kept buzzing around Yi Xian's ears. This was something he hated the most. If he killed everyone in Wuhua Temple, Yi Xian would be able to have some peace and quiet. Yi Xian's way of doing things had always been to cut to the chase if he could solve the problem by killing. Wuhua Temple. Thump, thump, thump. The Buddhist bell rang continuously as a group of monks chanted scriptures. The vast and merciful chanting came from the Great Strength Hall. The monks of Fahua Temple were knocking on the wooden fish and chanting the Diamond Sutra. Everyone had a pious look on their faces. Zen Master Fahua sat cross-legged on the lotus as a Buddhist light bloomed behind him. All kinds of Buddhist scriptures and stories came out of his mouth, making the monks even more mesmerized. It was as if they were immersed in the essence of Buddhism. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky within 1,000,000 miles darkened. Wind and clouds gathered in the boundless sky. An unimaginable pressure came from all over the world, directly pressing down on Mount Wuhua. Zen Master Fa Hua's expression changed drastically, and he stopped chanting abruptly. Amipa, which Taoist friend has come to Mount Wuhua? Zen Master Fahua put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. The golden light of Luo Tian rippled out. However, his eyes were trembling and his face was slightly pale. It was as if the heavens and earth were trembling. The person who came had already made Zen Master Fahua feel terrified before he even appeared. Furthermore, to be able to cause such a commotion, it was obvious that the person who came was not simple. Bang! The mountains and rivers exploded and the heavens and earth were turned upside down. The sky within 1,000,000 miles was shaking. A giant hand that covered the sky descended from the sky. The destructive power bloomed from the giant hand and directly enveloped the entire Mount Wuhua. How dare you! Zen Master Fahua's eyes froze as he shouted to subdue demons. A total of 5 old monks in the All-Heaven Xian Immortal realm rushed into the sky. The All-Heaven Immortal light burst out and wanted to block this destructive attack. Boom! The void collapsed and the heavens and earth shook. How terrifying was the giant hand that covered the sky? How could the 5 old monks block the power that it contained? Bang! Millions of mountains and rivers were annihilated inch by inch. The 10,000 feet tall mountain collapsed. The 5 old monks did not even have time to scream before they turned into a bloody mist that drifted with the wind. Bang! 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 However, it was not over yet. The giant hand that covered the sky was still descending. It was like a heavenly mountain that wanted to crush all mountains and rivers. It also caused the heavens and earth to become extremely distorted as if they would be buried under the giant hand in the next moment. Amitabha. Suddenly, a sorrowful voice came from Wuxia Temple. A ray of Buddhist light rose from the ground and covered the entire Mount Wuxia, barely blocking the terrifying power of the giant hand that covered the sky. Interesting. In all directions, the wind swept away the clouds. A majestic figure walked over from the distant horizon. When he stood above Mount Wuxia with his hands behind his back, the corners of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. Come! There was no ripple in the myriad of spells. When Yi Xian stretched out his palm and fingers, a ray of golden light suddenly rushed into the sky from Wuxia Temple and shot toward Yi Xian. Buzz! A golden piece of paper appeared in Yi Xian's hand. At that moment it was emitting a gentle Buddhist light. Obviously, Wuxia Temple was not destroyed by his attack because of the golden piece of paper. Demon subduing golden seal. Yi Xian casually looked at the golden piece of paper and saw 4 Sanskrit words written on it. Obviously, that was the name of the golden piece of paper. It should also be a Buddhist treasure. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand his attack. Who is so vicious? Aren't you afraid of being punished by Spirited Mountain? A trembling voice came from Wuxia Temple. Zen Master Fa Hua quickly walked out with a large number of monks behind him. However, when Zen Master Fa Hua saw the Daluo celestial light around Yi Xian, his face instantly turned pale. However, he forced himself to remain calm and continued to shout at Yi Xian. Punished by Spirited Mountain. The Daluo celestial light disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian was like a mortal without any aura. However, he slowly walked over in the sky. As he descended on the peak of Mount Wuxia, Zen Master Fa Hua quietly took a few steps back. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely serious expression. Daluo Jingxian was beyond the 3 realms and was not within the 5 elements. He was a figure who was revered as the ancestor of heaven and earth. Fa Hua could not afford to offend such a figure. He also did not know why Daluo Jingxian would come to Mount Wuxia. Looking at his methods, he actually wanted to destroy Wuxia Temple in one fell swoop. This was simply unimaginable. Yi Xian calmly walked towards the monks of 5 Hua Temple as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. When he arrived in front of Zen Master Fa Hua, his calm voice slowly sounded out. Chapter 627. Humans are like ants who don't know the power of heaven. Today, I'm going to wipe out Wuxia Temple. I'm sure you have no objections, right? Yi Xian seemed to be talking about something very casual, but when Zen Master Fa Hua heard it, his face turned purple. His fists were slightly clenched, but he didn't dare to reprimand him in the slightest. The Dharma of a Daluo Golden Immortal was not something that Wuxia Temple could resist. If the other party really wanted to destroy Wuxia Temple, it would be a piece of cake. I wonder who Senior is. What exactly did my 5 Hua Temple do to offend you? If my 5 Hua Temple really did something wrong, then this old monk is willing to atone for his sins and give Senior a satisfactory explanation. Zen Master Fa Hua lowered his posture to the extreme and even clasped his hands together as he bowed to Yi Xian. Ha! Yi Xian smiled. He really smiled, but his smile was very cruel and full of mockery. Little monk, you just sent that river demon to disturb my peace. How could you forget who I am so quickly? Yi Xian said in a gentle voice. There wasn't the slightest bit of killing intent around him. However, when his smile fell into the eyes of Zen Master Fa Hua, it caused him to feel a sense of fear. It's you. You're the mysterious person from Little Rock Village. Monk Fa Ju exclaimed in shock, his eyes trembling. Amitabha. Zen Master Fa Hua chanted Buddha's name, his face bitter. When Yi Xian appeared, he had already guessed that he might be the mysterious person from Little Rock Village. Now that he heard Yi Xian say it himself, his guess was confirmed. Senior, please understand. Wuhua Temple has no ill intentions. We just disturbed Senior's peace. This is indeed Wuhua Temple's fault. Please forgive us on account of Wuhua Temple's spiritual mountain orthodoxy. No matter what Senior wants, Wuhua Temple will agree to it. Since the other party dared to attack Wuhua Temple, it meant that they did not care about the great thunderclap temple of spiritual mountain at all. Wuhua Temple could not afford to offend such a person. This was why Zen Master Fa Hua begged for mercy. Boring, this is really boring. Yi Xian slowly shook his head with disappointment in his eyes. He originally thought that the Buddhists would rather die than submit, and would definitely fight to the death when facing a great enemy like him. But now, it seemed that these monks were just greedy people who were afraid of death. Kill yourselves here. Yi Xian said calmly. A simple sentence had sentenced Wuhua Temple to death. This caused Zen Master Fa Hua's body and mind to tremble. Then, he slowly raised his head to look at Yi Xian. His eyes were slightly red. Senior, don't be so ruthless. If you really destroy my 5-flower temple today, when the Buddha of Spiritual Mountain finds out, he will definitely not let you go. Even in the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and man, there will be no place for you, Zen Master Fa Hua threatened. How dare you, demon? It's not too late for you to retreat now. Otherwise, when the Buddhas of Spirited Mountain arrive, they will definitely beat you to death. Several old monks roared as the demon subduing golden pestle refined the void. Their gazes towards Yi Xian were filled with extreme anger. Buzz. The void buzzed and the space distorted. Yi Xian did not do anything. He narrowed his eyes and his pupils were spinning like stars. Then, an extremely terrifying thing happened. Bang! 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 Their bodies exploded and blood splattered across the sky. Several old monks let out shrill screams and all of them turned into ashes. This caused Zen Master Fa Hua to be stunned on the spot. He did not come back to his senses for a few breaths. Terrifying, too terrifying. It was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Zen Master Fa Hua believed that he was also a person who had seen the world. He had even cultivated in seclusion at Spirited Mountain in the west. He had seen too many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. He had even seen a lot of Daoyuo Jingxian. However, he had never seen such a terrifying Daoyuo Jingxian. With just a twinkle of his eyes, several overarching Heaven Xian immortals turned into ashes. This was simply unimaginable. You are Mahamayuri. No, that's not right. Mahamayuri is one of the Buddhas of Spirited Mountain. Even if he is dissatisfied with Spirited Mountain, it is impossible for him to kill the people of Buddhism. Zen Master Fa Hua murmured in a trembling voice. He immediately overturned his own guess. However, no matter how hard he tried to guess the origin of Yi Xian, he could not figure out who Yi Xian was. You talk too much nonsense. Now, all of you can die. Yi Xian frowned. He no longer had any interest in these ants. As his palm rose and fell, the great Luo immortal light bloomed, and a giant palm once again condensed in the millions of kilometers of sky. Die. Rumble. The giant palm fell and directly enveloped Mount Wuhua. Yi Xian did not look at Zen Master Fa Hua. He took a step forward and disappeared from the mountain peak. Bang! 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 Everything was buried and turned into ashes. Yi Xian was a terrifying figure at the peak of the Daoyuo Immortal realm. Not to mention the monks of Wuhua Temple, even a terrifying existence at the peak of the Daoyuo Immortal realm would not dare to take his attack head-on. Yi Xian's attack was enough to turn Mount Wuhua into ashes. No one could survive his attack. The mountains and rivers collapsed and everything turned into ashes. The mountains within 1,000,000 miles turned into ashes. The Wuhua Temple that had existed for 100,000 years disappeared. Zen Master Fa Hua and the monks were all annihilated under the giant palm. They were all buried between heaven and earth. Dust filled the sky and the sky was dark. After half a day, the dust in the sky slowly dissipated. The dark sky became clear again. However, Mount Wuhua no longer existed. The vast land that was filled with cracks was even more dilapidated. It proved how terrifying Yi Xian's attack was. Cough! 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 Suddenly, a light cough came from a mound of dirt. The mound of dirt shook violently, and a skinny figure slowly crawled out from it. Wuhua Temple is gone. This person stood in the dilapidated land. When he saw the scene of heaven and earth turning into ashes, he was stunned. His eyes gradually turned blood red and tears slowly flowed out of his eyes. If Yi Xian saw this person's appearance, he would definitely be shocked. Wasn't this person the Zen Master Fa Hua from before? At this moment, Zen Master Fa Hua's tears flowed down his face. He gritted his teeth and the hatred in his eyes was extremely strong. His originally kind face was even more ferocious and distorted. You destroyed my orthodoxy and killed my entire sect. No matter who you are, this old monk will make you pay with your blood. Zen Master Fa Hua roared ferociously. He had fallen into a state of madness. The Buddhist light around him was mixed with a wisp of black gas. It was obvious that he was showing signs of becoming a demon. It was no wonder that Zen Master Fa Hua was like this. One had to know that the Five-Flower Temple was his life's work. Yi Xian had personally annihilated his orthodoxy. How could he not hate Yi Xian to the extreme? Buzz. The void swayed and ripples spread. Zen Master Fa Hua waved his hand and a small yellow flag appeared in his hand. The flag was surrounded by chaotic light and was emitting a mysterious light in his hand. You didn't expect this, right? In the past, when I was traveling the world, I obtained one of the primordial chaos 5 elements flags, the Earth Element flag. If I didn't have this treasure, I'm afraid I would have died in your hands. Zen Master Fa Hua roared ferociously. He held the Earth Element flag tightly and the hatred in his eyes grew stronger. The primordial chaos 5 elements flags were divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Even a pre-saint would covet them. Zen Master Fa Hua was lucky to obtain one of the 5 elements flags, which allowed him to escape from Yi Xian. Chapter 628. Mount Wuhua no longer existed. Not a single roof tile remained. The land was scorched as far as the eye could see. Not a single living being could survive Yi Xian's attack. Monk Fa Hua didn't know who Yi Xian was, nor did he know where Yi Xian came from. He didn't understand why Yi Xian didn't care about Sacred Mountain and destroyed his orthodoxy just like that. However, Monk Fa Hua knew one thing. He wanted nothing more than to grind Yi Xian's bones to dust. He wanted nothing more than to cut Yi Xian into 1,000 pieces. Only then would he be able to resolve the blood feud in his heart. Monk Fa Hua was terrified. He was even more afraid of Yi Xian because he had personally witnessed Yi Xian's terror. One strike, just one strike. The Fa Hua temple that he had painstakingly built had vanished into thin air, and countless disciples had died tragically. From then on, the Fahua temple had been removed from the Aparagodania continent, and he was no longer the master of a temple. He had completely become a homeless dog. If he didn't explode in silence, he would die in silence. Even though Monk Fa Hua was afraid of Yi Xian, he hated Yi Xian even more. He had only sent a river demon to test Yi Xian, but the result was the destruction of his temple. Earthen Banner. Suddenly, Zen Master Fa Hua sneered. He held the earth element flag tightly in his hand. His eyes glowed with a sinister light, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He actually shot toward Little Rock Village. No one knew what Zen Master Fa Hua wanted to do, nor did anyone know why he dared to head to Little Stone Village so boldly after escaping from Yi Xian's hands. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of dying at Yi Xian's hands? Just the word hatred alone could drive a person crazy. Even Zen Master Fa Hua was no exception. The orthodoxy that he had painstakingly built for 100,000 years was destroyed by Yi Xian. This made him hate Yi Xian to the extreme, and he himself fell into a state of madness. Moreover, Zen Master Fa Hua had the Earth Element flag, one of the innate chaotic 5 elements flags. This gave him great courage. Even if he was not Yi Xian's opponent, he could still protect his life with this treasure. Little Rock Village. The sky was clear and the wind was blowing gently. A large number of haystacks were piled up at the slightly dilapidated entrance of the village. A dozen children were playing by the stream. Only a little girl was sitting on the haystack, looking at the dirt road outside the village in a daze, as if she was waiting for someone to return. It was noon, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky. However, even in such hot weather, the little girl still couldn't move an inch. Clearly, she was waiting for Yi Xian to return from outside the village. "Chua Ma, let's go home for dinner." A dozen children returned from the stream. When they saw the little girl still sitting on the haystack, they called out to her loudly. "Chua Ma isn't hungry. I want to wait for Brother Yi to come home," the little girl said in a daze. "Chua Ma, don't be silly. I've heard from my parents that Brother Yi isn't immortal. This time, he definitely won't come back after leaving our village," a boy said weakly. "You're lying. Brother Yi said that he will definitely come back." "Brother Yi wouldn't lie to me," the little girl's face flushed red as she bit her lips. "Aya, don't bother about her. If she wants to wait here, so be it. We should go home." A child called out to the boy, which made him shrug his shoulders. He called out to his companions and returned to the village. "Brother Yi, you will definitely come back, right? You promised little Zhuo Ma." The little girl held the jade pendant in front of her chest. It was something that Yi Xian had given her before he left. She clutched the jade pendant tightly as she murmured. Rumble. All of a sudden, a thunderclap rumbled in the clear sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The originally clear sky suddenly changed. A demonic cloud that covered the sky rolled over from the distant horizon, and the roars of a group of demons and devils could be heard from it. Crack! Lightning pierced through the sky as the demonic cloud covered the sky. In just 3 short breaths of time, the demonic cloud covered the entire little stone village. An extremely terrifying figure walked out from the demonic cloud. Thump, thump, thump. The bull demon king was 8 feet tall. He held a black gold trident in his hand and walked towards Little Stone Village step by step. When he stood outside the village, he narrowed his eyes and saw the little girl sitting on the haystack in a daze. "Little girl, are you from Little Stone Village?" The bull demon king was smiling. However, he had the head of an ox and the body of a human. He was surrounded by demonic aura. He was clearly a great demon king. Even though he was smiling, when the little girl saw it, she screamed in fear. "Demon! Demon! Demon is here!" The little girl's face was pale as she screamed in fear. She quickly jumped off the haystack, wanting to run back to the village and tell the villagers what happened. Unfortunately, before the little girl could return to the village, the Bull Demon King blocked her path and reached out to grab Zhuo Ma. "Little girl, as long as you are obedient, I won't hurt you." The Bull Demon King was still smiling, but his smile was ferocious and terrifying in the little girl's eyes. Zhuo Ma's eyes became misty. The Bull Demon King had no pity for a human girl. He had brought the demons here to find the real culprit behind Red Boy's death. "Do you know this person?" The Bull Demon King didn't waste any words. His palm emitted a demonic light and a scroll appeared in his hand. When the scroll unfurled, Yi Xian's appearance was also presented in the scroll. He directly handed it to the little girl for her to identify. Little Zhuo Ma was extremely afraid of falling into the hands of a demon, but when she saw Yi Xian's portrait, her screams came to an abrupt halt. Only a trace of fear flashed through her eyes. Although Zhuo Ma was young, she was clever and clever. She immediately guessed that this demon must have come to Little Rock Village to find Big Brother Yi. This made her constantly remind herself to calm down. I don't know him. I've never seen this person in our village." Zhuo Ma's voice trembled. "You don't know him?" The Bull Demon King narrowed his eyes. He was someone who had lived for who knows how long, and was also a demon king of the second grand heavenly realm. Even if this mortal girl hid it well, how could the change in her aura escape his eyes? "Little girl, you are lying. You are very dishonest." The Bull Demon King's smile was no longer there. His voice gradually turned cold, and a sinister killing intent appeared in his eyes. I really don't know this person." Zhuo Ma pursed her lips and spoke in a trembling voice. Clearly, the Bull Demon King had struck her with great fear. Thud thud thud. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps came from within the village. A large number of villagers were walking out of the village, led by Zhang Qinghe and Uncle Zhuo. When they saw the Bull Demon King's terrifying figure, all the villagers trembled silently. However, they gritted their teeth and quickly appeared at the village entrance. Chapter 629. Little Zhuo Ma. Uncle Zhuo cried out in grief. His stooped body trembled slightly because the Bull Demon King was holding the little girl in his hand. How could he not be terrified? "Grandpa." Uncle Zhuo's appearance immediately made the little girl's eyes fill with tears. After all, she was still young. How could she not be terrified now that she was in the hands of a monster? "Your Majesty, please spare me. If you want to eat people, then eat me. Please let go of my granddaughter. She's still a child." Uncle Zhuo's face was pale as he staggered towards the Bull Demon King. Clearly, this old man who was about to die trembled when his granddaughter was in the hands of the Bull Demon King. He was deeply afraid that the Bull Demon King would eat the little girl. It should be known that monsters eating people was not a rare occurrence. Even in the Aparagodania continent, where Buddhism originated, it happened from time to time. How could Uncle Zhuo not be terrified? Uncle Zhuo pleaded sorrowfully. He had already arrived before the Bull Demon King and directly knelt at his feet. He kept shaking the Bull Demon King's trousers as tears flowed from his eyes. "Old man, don't be afraid. I don't kill the innocent." There was no bloody massacre as expected, and the Bull Demon King did not destroy the entire village. The Bull Demon King smiled and actually put the little girl down. Uncle Zhuo hurriedly pulled Zhuo Ma behind him and kowtowed to the Bull Demon King in gratitude. "Old man, I'm very easy to talk to, and I don't eat people. Today, I've come to your precious land to find a person. As long as you tell me where this person is, I promise I won't make things difficult for you." The Bull Demon King smiled and unrolled the scroll again. This time, Yi Xian's face appeared in front of Uncle Zhuo's eyes. The villagers could also see Yi Xian in the scroll. Looking at Yi Xian's face in the scroll, Uncle Zhuo's eyes narrowed. Then, he pretended to be confused and shook his head. Your Majesty, I've never seen this person before. Why are you looking for him? Looking at Uncle Zhuo's perplexed expression, the bull demon king narrowed his eyes and looked around at the villagers. When he looked at the villagers, they all avoided his gaze. They didn't dare to look him in the eyes for even a moment. You don't know this person either, asked the bull demon king coldly. Your Majesty, we really don't know this person. How would we dare to offend your Majesty? Zhang Qinghe's face was deathly pale as he continuously kowtowed to the bull demon king. It was as if he really didn't know Yi Xian. Ha! Suddenly, the bull demon king let out a wild laugh. His laughter shook the heavens and earth, causing the villagers of Little Rock Village to cover their ears and scream in pain. They all fell to the ground like a pile of mud, looking at the bull demon king with fear in their eyes. You damned mortals, how dare you offend this king? Aren't you afraid that this king will kill all of you here? The bull demon king's laughter stopped. The grand luo demonic light permeated the air, causing the entire world to tremble violently. An extremely terrifying baleful aura pressed down on the villagers, causing them to feel a sense of death. Your Majesty, how could we dare to offend your Majesty? It's just that, we really don't know this person that you're talking about, Zhang Qinghe said sorrowfully. That's right, your Majesty. We're only mortals. How would we have the courage to offend you? Li Dazhuang kowtowed and cried. Clearly, the villagers were tight-lipped. They could already tell that the bull demon king came with ill intentions. The villagers all agreed. However, although they hid it well, the bull demon king was experienced and ruthless. How could he not see the hesitation in the eyes of some of the villagers? Clearly, the person he was looking for was in Little Rock Village. It was just that these ignorant mortals were lying to him. Come! Just as the villagers were begging bitterly, the bull demon king waved his hand and directly sucked a 5 or 6-year-old child over. The child's parents screamed and fainted on the ground. Little friend, do you know the person in this picture? The ox demon king held the child in his hands as he asked in a light voice. This caused the countenances of the villagers to drastically change. Zhang Qinghe wanted to speak, but before he could, the ox demon king narrowed his eyes as a demonic beam of light froze him in place. There was no way for him to speak. Yi. Brother Yi. He's Brother Yi from Zhuo Ma's family. The child was only 5 or 6 years old and had not fully developed his intelligence. Moreover, he had fallen into the hands of a great demon like the bull demon king. At this moment, he was already extremely scared. How would he dare to lie? Brother Yi? The bull demon king's eyes lit up. He reached out his hand and sucked the child's parents over. Then, he said to the child, Who is Zhuo Ma? Who is Brother Yi? As long as you tell me, I promise I won't hurt your parents. Father, mother. Looking at his unconscious parents, the child screamed in fear. He kept kicking and hitting the bull demon king. Unfortunately, how could he break free from the bull demon king's hands? Speak. The bull demon king glared at Qin Wentian, gradually losing his patience. His sinister roar rang out, causing the child to be petrified. She's little Zhuo Ma. Brother Yi lives in Zhuo Ma's family. The child pointed at the little girl and said with a trembling voice. Bang! As the child finished speaking, the bull demon king casually threw the child to the ground. He looked at the grandfather and granddaughter pair with a pair of sinister eyes. Little girl, you've tricked me so badly. The bull demon king said gloomily and walked towards the little girl step by step. This caused the grandfather and granddaughter pair to continuously retreat. Their eyes were filled with extreme fear. Don't come any closer. Uncle Zhuo trembled and roared. A shoulder pole appeared in his hand out of nowhere. He even shielded the little girl behind him. However, his slightly hunched figure could not be compared to the bull demon king's. Your Majesty, the person you're looking for has really left. He only stayed in our little rock village for a period of time. We really don't dare to tell you. Zhang Qinghe had recovered his ability to move. He explained with a trembling voice. The other villagers all nodded, hoping that the Bull Demon King would not make things difficult for the grandfather and granddaughter pair. Left? The Bull Demon King's breath stopped. He clenched his fists tightly and an unimaginable evil aura spread out. The Bull Demon King did not think that Zhang Qinghe was lying. It had been a long time since he came to Little Rock Village, but the murderer of his child had yet to appear. This left him extremely puzzled, and he guessed that the other party might have already left. After all, the Bull Demon King had heard from the two great demons that the other party was a grand heavenly immortal. If the other party was really in Little Rock Village, he would not have holed himself up like a turtle. Tell me, where did he go? The Bull Demon King stared coldly at the grandfather and granddaughter pair. Grand heavenly immortal demonic light spread out from his body, and an extremely obscure killing intent flashed across his eyes. I don't know. I really don't know. He's someone with great ability. Since he chose to leave, why would he tell us where he went? Chapter 630. Uncle Zhuo trembled as he replied. However, he was old and experienced, so he could already sense the Bull Demon King's killing intent. This caused despair to appear in Uncle Zhuo's eyes. The little girl hid behind her grandfather and reprimanded the Bull Demon King in a trembling voice, "Stinking monster, you'd better run. Otherwise, when Brother Yi finds out that you bullied us, he won't let you off." Little Zhuo Ma, shut up. Uncle Zhuo's expression changed as he hurriedly reprimanded his granddaughter. He glared at the Bull Demon King and pulled the little girl back. Ha! Hearing the little girl's reprimand, the Bull Demon King laughed maniacally. However, his laughter was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the grandfather and granddaughter duo. Won't let this king off. You stinking girl, do you know who this king is? The Bull Demon King sneered. Since he's not in the village, does that mean that you ants are of no use to this king? The Bull Demon King held the black gold trident in his hand as he slowly raised his gigantic ox fists. Demonic light gushed out from his body, causing the space around him to explode. Evidently, he had already decided to kill Qin Wentian. Little Zhuo Ma, run. Uncle Zhuo's face was pale as he firmly shielded the little girl behind him. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Bull Demon King smiled savagely and threw a punch at the grandfather and granddaughter duo, clearly intending to kill them on the spot. Rumble. The demonic light of Grand Luo pierced the sky as killing intent soared into the heavens. The Bull Demon King's punch was too terrifying. Not to mention mere mortals, even immortals would be reduced to ashes by this punch. Grandpa! Little Zhuo Ma cried out in grief. At this moment, the Bull Demon King's terrifying fist had already enveloped the grandfather and granddaughter duo. This caused the villagers to scream in fear and turn their heads away, unable to bear to watch the tragic scene that was about to unfold. Buzz! Time seemed to stop and space seemed to freeze. Golden light pierced through the sky, and at this critical moment, a speck of golden light appeared in front of the little girl's chest, instantly enveloping the grandfather and granddaughter duo. There was no heaven-shaking boom, nor was there an earth-shattering explosion. The Bull Demon King's fist was annihilated inch by inch until it dissipated into smoke. Grand Luo Talisman. Suddenly, the Bull Demon King let out a low roar. His pair of bull eyes were completely lifeless. It was as if he had fallen into an indescribable state of shock. Little Zhuo Ma, are you all right? Within the golden light, Uncle Zhuo quickly opened his eyes. When he sensed the gentle golden light around him, his face flushed red. He quickly asked the little girl, "What's the matter?" "Jade pendant, Brother Yi gave me the jade pendant. It was Brother Yi who saved us." Little Zhuo Ma pointed excitedly at the jade pendant that was glowing with golden light as it spoke in an excited voice. Everyone, come in quickly. Uncle Zhua exclaimed excitedly. While the Bull Demon King was still in a daze, he hurriedly pulled Zhua Ma over to the villagers. The golden light of the Daluo talisman also protected the villagers. Brother Yi is indeed an immortal. Zhang Qinghe muttered excitedly. Daluo talisman. It's actually a Daluo talisman. At this moment, the Bull Demon King's lifeless eyes gradually regained their clarity. He stared fixedly at the Daluo talisman in the air with an extremely grave expression of bewilderment. As a figure of the second watershed of Grand Luo, the Bull Demon King knew very well that the person who could create the Daluo talisman was a terrifying figure of the third watershed of Grand Luo. Although the attack just now was merely a casual one, it was blocked by the Daluo talisman. That did not shock the Bull Demon King. What truly shocked him was the person who created the talisman. The third watershed of Grand Luo. That was a supreme figure who reigned supreme in the world. In the three realms where quasi-saints did not appear, who would dare to make an enemy of the third watershed of Grand Luo? He, the Bull Demon King, was merely a figure of the second watershed of Grand Luo. How could he be a match for such a terrifying figure? Fine beads of sweat appeared on the Bull Demon King's forehead as an indescribable fear grew in his heart. The Bull Demon King was not afraid of the so-called Daluo talisman. With his cultivation base of the second watershed of Grand Luo, the Daluo talisman would disappear without a trace under his relentless attacks. These mortals would also die in his hands. After all, although the talisman was powerful, it was not Yi Xian himself. What the Bull Demon King was truly afraid of was the person who created the talisman. If that person really appeared, he would definitely face a crisis of life and death. Kill. Or leave. A multiple-choice question was placed before the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King had already given up on the idea of revenge because he knew that it was impossible. The third watershed of Grand Luo was not someone he could afford to offend. Even if it was for the death of his son, he could only endure it. However, the Bull Demon King was extremely unwilling to leave just like that. He would also be unable to answer to Princess Iron Fan. So what if it's the third watershed of Grand Luo? Today, I'll slaughter all of you foolish mortals. When I go to Spirited Mountain to seek the help of Gautama Buddha, I don't believe that this person is a match for Gautama Buddha. Suddenly, the Bull Demon King's eyes turned ferocious. He had already made up his mind and a murderous intent grew in his eyes. For the Bull Demon King to be able to run rampant in the Aparagodania for so many years, he naturally had a deep relationship with Spirited Mountain. Moreover, one should not forget that he was sworn brothers with that monkey in the past. For the sake of the fighting immortal Buddha, the various Buddhas would definitely not sit idly by. You lowly and ignorant ants, all of you can die for this king. The Bull Demon King roared in a deranged manner. The black golden trident danced in the void and the Grand Luo demonic light shot out, smashing directly at the Daluo talisman. Bang! 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 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, the void exploded and the heaven and earth shook. The Bull Demon King attacked the Daluo talisman in a frenzy. This caused the Daluo talisman to crack inch by inch. After all, this item was casually made by Yi Xian. The Bull Demon King was a figure of the second watershed of Grand Luo. This Daluo talisman could only hold him back for a moment. Grandpa, I'm scared. Under the cover of the Daluo talisman, the little girl's face was pale and her eyes were filled with fear. This was because she could see that the Daluo talisman was cracking inch by inch. Clearly, it would not be long before it was shattered by the Bull Demon King. Don't be scared, don't be scared. Grandpa is here. Uncle Zhua kept comforting the little girl, but a look of despair flashed across his eyes. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the void. The Daluo talisman was completely shattered. The grandfather and granddaughter, as well as the villagers, were completely exposed to the Bull Demon King. You lowly ants, do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because you have the protection of the third watershed of Grand Luo? The Bull Demon King roared ferociously. With the black golden trident in his hand, he strode towards the villagers. With every step he took, the earth shook violently. His terrifying power was extremely terrifying. If you dare to take another step forward, I can guarantee that you will die without a burial place. It was as if the 9 heavens were churning and the stars were falling from the sky. An indifferent voice came from all directions and a slender figure was strolling over from the horizon. Chapter 631. Rumble. Clouds gathered and the world darkened. Thousands of bolts of lightning rampaged in the dark clouds, and the azure bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, making this figure seem even more imposing. Thump. 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 The world turned upside down and the sun and moon lost their luster. A heaven-defying might engulfed the world and caused spacetime to slightly distort. The origin immortal light faintly bloomed around Yi Xian's body as if he was the only thing in the world and all living beings had to prostrate before his feet. The vast sky rumbled with the might of the heavens. When Yi Xian walked step by step towards Little Rock Village, the Bull Demon King's expression changed drastically. His footsteps unconsciously retreated. Big Brother Yi. A young and trembling voice called out. The little girl had broken free from Uncle Zhuo's embrace and was waving at Yi Xian in the sky. Her young face was flushed red as she looked up at Yi Xian with an indescribable sense of worship. Perhaps every child dreamed of being a hero, and this little girl was no exception. When the grandfather and granddaughter were in mortal danger and Little Rock Village was about to be destroyed by the Bull Demon King, Yi Xian appeared at the right time and became the hero in the little girl's heart. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about the word hero. When the Great Luo Spirit Talisman was attacked, Yi Xian felt it in his mind. This caused him to speed up and return to Little Rock Village. In the end, he prevented the tragedy of Little Rock Village from happening. Yi Xian quietly appeared in front of the grandfather and grandson pair as he walked through the sky. This caused the little girl to clench her fists tightly as she looked at Yi Xian with excitement. Big Brother Yi, I knew you would come back. Shuo Ma excitedly cheered. Little Yi, you must be careful. Although Uncle Zhuo had already guessed that Yi Xian was not immortal, he was still worried when Yi Xian revealed his cultivation. After all, the Bull Demon King had a frightening appearance, and no one knew if Yi Xian was a match for the Bull Demon King, so Uncle Zhuo had to warn him. De Luo, Pinnacle. The Bull Demon King spat out these 4 words with great difficulty. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He looked at Yi Xian with a look of extreme fear. With just one glance, the Bull Demon King felt an unimaginable sense of oppression from the person in front of him. Just the indifferent and emotionless gaze of the other party was enough to make his soul tremble. Who are you, fellow Taoist? The Bull Demon King kept on retreating. His heart was trembling to the extreme, afraid that Yi Xian would suddenly attack. If that happened, he would definitely suffer a calamity of life and death. But for some reason, the Bull Demon King felt that he had seen Yi Xian somewhere before. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. This was also why he was bewildered. But in his heart, he was already thinking of retreating. What kind of joke was this? A peak golden immortal realm expert wanting to kill him, the Bull Demon King, was simply as easy as eating or drinking, so how could the Bull Demon King not be terrified to the extreme? Bull Demon King. Yi Xian had his hands behind his back as he looked calmly at the Bull Demon King. Even though he had never seen this person before, he could guess most of the Bull Demon King's identity just by looking at his appearance. When he connected this to the red boy that he had killed earlier, he already knew why the Bull Demon King had appeared here. OM. The world froze as immortal light surged. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He didn't want to waste any more words with the Bull Demon King. Since the Bull Demon King had come to seek revenge for his son, he would directly kill him. Wait! The Bull Demon King roared in a trembling voice as he looked at the golden immortal light radiating from Yi Xian's body. He said, "Fellow Daoist, I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding between us. Please calm down and listen to this old bull." "Die," Yi Xian said indifferently. His sword-like finger was like a heavenly sword as he gently pointed at the void. The world within thousands of miles rumbled as that strand of ascension immortal light was born between heaven and earth, turning into a stream of heavenly river that fell towards the Bull Demon King. The murderous intent of the heavenly emperor, the annihilation of all laws, this wasn't just a saying. At this moment, even though Yi Xian hadn't become a quasi-saint, his true cultivation was at the peak of golden immortal realm. Not to mention, he had many trump cards in his hands. How could a mere Bull Demon King be his match? Change. The Bull Demon King's face instantly turned pale. He didn't think that Yi Xian would attack just like that. He didn't even give him a chance to explain. This also caused him to directly use his trump card, not daring to hold back at all. A strand of hair that was dazzling with golden light and even contained the sacred might of Buddhism turned into a golden light screen that covered the Bull Demon King within. Bang! There was a sky-shattering explosion as heaven and earth shook. The Bull Demon King was directly sent flying by the stream of heavenly river. However, the light screen formed by the strand of golden hair covered him and didn't cause him any life-threatening danger. Such a scene made Yi Xian slightly stunned. He stared at the Bull Demon King, and a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. One should know that his attack seemed casual, but it was still at the peak of golden immortal realm after all. Even if the Bull Demon King wasn't killed by him on the spot, he would at least be severely injured and on the verge of death. However, this golden light screen was actually able to block his attack, which made Yi Xian feel surprised and doubtful. Run! Without any hesitation or stopping, the Bull Demon King didn't dare to utter a single word of nonsense. When facing a peerless ferocious person like Yi Xian, at this moment, he only had the hope of surviving by running away from this place. Boom! Demonic light pierced through the sky and cut through the void. The Bull Demon King let out a bull's roar. Under the protection of the golden light screen, he directly turned into a stream of light and fled into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Do you think you can escape? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and a soul-stealing killing intent flashed across his eyes. His voice reverberated between heaven and earth. When he took a step forward, he disappeared before the eyes of the villagers. Brother Yi! Yi Xian chased after the Bull Demon King, which made the little girl call out loudly. She waved her fists as she looked at Yi Xian's back with adoration. Fortunately, Brother Yi returned in time. Otherwise, we would have all died at the hands of this monster, Zhang Qinghe said after surviving a calamity. As Zhang Qinghe's words fell, the villagers all nodded in agreement. The grandfather and grandson even smiled happily. However, no one noticed that a pair of blood-red, malicious eyes were staring at them viciously from an inconspicuous mound of dirt. In the boundless sky, in the vast void. The Bull Demon King seemed to have turned into a stray dog as he fled in a sorry state in the sky. Large amounts of blood continuously spurted out from his mouth. His sturdy body was even more battered as large amounts of blood stained his entire body. Yi Xian strolled behind the Bull Demon King. However, with every step he took, he maintained a distance of 3 meters from the Bull Demon King. No matter what escape technique the Bull Demon King used, he was unable to shake off Yi Xian. Just who are you? The Bull Demon King roared. His eyes were filled with extreme humiliation because he couldn't escape from Yi Xian's grasp at all. Even the golden hairs that protected him had dispersed. Chapter 632. Transform. The second strand of golden hair was blasted out by the Ox King, once again enveloping him. However, his body staggered as an extremely terrifying force blasted him away once again. If it wasn't for the golden hair saving his life, the Ox King's soul would have surely been scattered into nothingness from the impact. At this moment, Yi Xian strolled and stopped attacking the Bull Demon King. He just strolled behind him. The two of them chased and fled towards the west. In fact, even if the Bull Demon King had the golden hair to protect his life, it would be easy for Yi Xian to kill him. After all, Yi Xian was an invincible existence among the Daluo Jingxian. However, Yi Xian didn't kill the Bull Demon King directly because he had his own reasons. A Paragodania continent, Emerald Cloud Mountain. Emerald Cloud Mountain was a desolate ancient mountain and a blessed land. The person who occupied Emerald Cloud Mountain was the famous Princess Iron Fan. Princess Iron Fan's cultivation wasn't high. She was only at the second heavenly layer of the Daluo realm and was the Bull Demon King's wife. However, her reputation in the Paragodania continent was even more terrifying than the Bull Demon King. This was because Princess Iron Fan had an eternal spiritual treasure called the Banana Fan. It was an extremely terrifying innate spiritual treasure that contained unimaginable power. Even the Daluo Jingxian was in danger of dying under this treasure. It was also because Princess Iron Fan had the Banana Fan that she made a great name for herself in the Paragodania continent. Even the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas had to give her some face. "Madam, save me." Suddenly, a beam of demonic light descended towards the Emerald Cloud Mountain. The Bull Demon King was calling for help, causing the entire Emerald Cloud Mountain to rumble. It was also at this moment that a beam of green light shot up into the sky and appeared in front of the Bull Demon King. "Who injured you, stinky bull?" Princess Iron Fan was wearing a green dress. Her makeup was light and charming. She was indeed a rare beauty. At this moment, she frowned and looked at her husband in surprise. "Madam, please allow me to explain to you later." Bull Demon King panted heavily as he spoke. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian quietly appeared in front of the couple, looking at them calmly. "Who are you, fellow Taoist?" Yi Xian's appearance caused Princess Iron Fan's expression to change slightly. Although she was only at the second heavenly layer of the Grand Luo realm, she was someone who had lived for countless years. Naturally, she could sense that Yi Xian's cultivation was extremely terrifying. "The people who will kill you," Yi Xian said calmly without any fluctuations, as if he was talking about something very casual. However, when Princess Iron Fan heard this, she clenched her teeth and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Whoosh! Princess Iron Fan opened her cherry lips and spat out a 3-inch fan. As the wind blew, the 3-inch fan expanded in the wind until it was 3 feet in size. Princess Iron Fan held it in her hand. "Banana fan?" Yi Xian smiled. However, his smile was extremely unfathomable. He looked at Princess Iron Fan with a deep gaze and said, "This treasure can't save your lives." Arrogant. Princess Iron Fan's brows were filled with killing intent. As she reprimanded, she waved the banana fan in her hand, causing the world to turn illusory. An unimaginable gale suddenly rose, the fan could destroy mountains and rivers and melt bones. The banana fan was a famous treasure in the 3 realms. It was divided into 2 sides, yin and yang. It nurtured yin and yang gales. Even Daluo Jingxian did not dare to touch it at all. When Princess Iron Fan waved the banana fan, the yin and yang gales whistled out. There was even lightning fire sunflower water contained within, instantly enveloping Yi Xian. "Madam, well done." When Bull Demon King saw Yi Xian being engulfed by the yin and yang gales, he laughed out loud. However, before he could stop laughing, the following scene left him dumbfounded on the spot. It also caused his robust body to tremble silently. Hum. The world distorted as the void froze. The so-called yin and yang gales dissipated, gradually revealing Yi Xian's figure. They did not deal any damage to Yi Xian at all. Impossible. Such a scene changed Princess Iron Fan's expression drastically. She constantly retreated with the banana fan in hand. The way she looked at Yi Xian was filled with extreme horror. It was no wonder Princess Iron Fan reacted in such a manner. No one knew how terrifying the banana fan was better than her. After all, back when the monkey traveled west, he had suffered greatly under the banana fan. If the monkey had not used the air-frozen bead to deal with the banana fan, he would probably have died under the banana fan. However, this person clearly did not have the air-frozen bead in hand. He had actually used his physical strength to withstand the yin and yang gales in the banana fan. This was unimaginable to Princess Iron Fan. Fellow Taoist, who are you? I wonder if we have offended you in any way. Princess Iron Fan probed solemnly. This was because Princess Iron Fan knew that with such a terrifying cultivation level, Yi Xian was definitely not a nobody in the three realms. Clearly, he was a Tongtian great divine power. This also made her ponder over Yi Xian's origins. However, no matter how Princess Iron Fan guessed, she could not recall such a terrifying figure in the world. Yi Tiandi. You are Yi Tiandi. Suddenly, an exclamation came from behind Princess Iron Fan. The Bull Demon King's eyes froze as he pointed at Yi Xian with a trembling finger, as though he had discovered something extremely terrifying. Previously, the Bull Demon King had felt that Yi Xian looked familiar, but he could not recall where he had seen Yi Xian. However, when the banana fan was unable to do anything to Yi Xian, a thought flashed through the Bull Demon King's mind. He finally remembered. Wasn't Yi Xian's appearance the same as the three realm celestial emperors? You recognize me? Yi Xian smiled. He didn't expect the Bull Demon King to recognize him. However, Yi Xian wasn't surprised. After all, as the master of the three realms, he was the center of attention of all living beings in the three realms. It wasn't strange for others to know his appearance. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the couple's breathing froze as fear appeared in their eyes. They had never expected that the dignified celestial emperor of the three realms would appear in front of them. Celestial Emperor Yi, killing people is nothing more than a nod of the head. We, husband and wife, have been cultivating in seclusion in the Aparagodania continent and have never offended you. Princess Iron Fan put away her banana fan. She knew that even if she and her husband joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for Yi Xian. Madam, he killed Red Boy. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, the Bull Demon King growled. This also stunned Princess Iron Fan. She didn't recover from her shock for a few breaths of time. What did you say? Princess Iron Fan slowly turned her head. Her voice was trembling and her eyes were slightly red. Madam, don't be silly. He killed Red Boy. At this moment, he wants to silence you and me. The Bull Demon King growled. Ever since he knew Yi Xian's true identity, he knew that he was doomed today. This was because everyone in the three realms knew that Yi Tiandi was merciless. Very few people could walk out of his hands alive. Chapter 633. You killed my child. Princess Iron Fan gritted her teeth. Her eyes were already red to the extreme. She suddenly looked at Yi Xian with a hysterical voice. I'll send your family off today. Yi Xian said calmly as he strolled towards the couple. He didn't kill the Bull Demon King because he wanted to find Princess Iron Fan. Now that the couple was here, he could just send them off. Madam, leave quickly. While Princess Iron Fan was grieving, the Bull Demon King's body surged with demonic light. He actually didn't hesitate to consume his own blood essence to forcefully raise his cultivation to the 6th layer of Grand Heavenly Realm. He even snatched the banana fan from Princess Iron Fan's hand and charged towards Yi Xian. Husband! Princess Iron Fan sobered up from her grief and cried out in grief. Immortal light surged around her as she clearly wanted to fight alongside the Bull Demon King. If I die, so be it. You have to live well. The Bull Demon King roared as he swung the banana fan towards Yi Xian. Clearly, he didn't care about his life to fight for Princess Iron Fan's slim chance of survival. You're courting death. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Even though the Bull Demon King had consumed his blood essence to forcefully raise his cultivation and had a connate spiritual treasure like the banana fan in his hand, the Bull Demon King was still just an ant to Yi Xian. Bang! Yi Xian's palm was like the sky, capable of annihilating everything. His palm strike caused the Bull Demon King's body to crack as blood spurted out from his mouth. If it wasn't for the banana fan blocking most of the attacks for him, Yi Xian's strike would have shattered his soul. Stinking bull, I'll help you. They had been husband and wife for many years. Although they had been in a cold war for many years, they were of the same mind. When Princess Iron Fan saw the Bull Demon King bathed in blood, how could she abandon him and flee this place alone? Go, go. If the old bull dies, so be it. You have to live well. Crack. As the Bull Demon King roared, one of his horns was cruelly broken by Yi Xian. The blood that gushed out dyed his entire body, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Boom! With a punch, the Bull Demon King's heart was penetrated. Yi Xian was too unfathomable and his cultivation was too terrifying. He punched through the Bull Demon King's heart, and when he pulled out his palm, a fiery demon heart throbbed in his hand. Old Bull. Such a miserable scene caused Princess Iron Fan to burst into tears. She even staggered towards the Bull Demon King. Her gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with endless hatred. Let's go, let's go. One person dying is better than two dying. The Bull Demon King spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. His demon heart exploded in Yi Xian's hand, and blood essence slowly flowed out from his entire body. However, the banana fan in his hand became even more terrifying as it continuously fanned out yin and yang astral winds to block Yi Xian's advance. Although the banana fan couldn't cause any harm to Yi Xian, it wasn't difficult for it to stop him for a moment. This made Yi Xian frown slightly as a sinister glint flashed in his eyes. You two sure have deep feelings for each other. Today, I'll send you both on your way. Rumble. The world shook as everything distorted. Yi Xian slowly raised his right fist. His eyes rotated slightly as a speck of demonic light grew on his fist, causing the world to turn completely dark. Madam, run. Do you want me to die here for nothing? Looking at the terrifying demonic light around Yi Xian, the Bull Demon King's eyes were filled with anxiety and despair. Tears of blood flowed down from his eyes as he turned back and roared at Princess Iron Fan. I'll go, I'll go. Looking at the tears of blood in the Bull Demon King's eyes, Princess Iron Fan burst into tears. However, she stared at Yi Xian with eyes as cold and hateful as a venomous snake. Yi Xian, I want you to remember that you killed my son and my husband. As long as I, Princess Iron Fan, don't die, I will eat your flesh and drink your blood even if I have to sink into the flames of the underworld forever and never be reincarnated. Princess Iron Fan screamed with hatred as her vicious curses echoed in the world. She clenched her fists tightly as tears of blood flowed out of her eyes. She deeply imprinted the Bull Demon King's figure in her mind and without any hesitation, she shot towards Mount Numinous in the west. Great Demonic Fist. Yi Xian's heartless voice echoed in the world for thousands of miles. The earth-shattering demonic fist of the Tong Tian released a demonic light that had never been seen before as it blasted towards the Bull Demon King. Yi Xian, you'll die a horrible death. The Bull Demon King went completely mad. He wailed loudly as tears of blood rolled down from his eyes. He knew that he would definitely die today, but in order to fight for a chance for Princess Iron Fan to escape, he had to fight with all his might. Bang! 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 The banana fan exploded in the Bull Demon King's hand. His body swelled terrifyingly as a series of explosions rang out. The Bull Demon King had chosen to self-destruct with the banana fan. However, the terrifying power of the self-destruction was still heading towards Yi Xian. The Bull Demon King was a figure at the second watershed of the grand heavenly immortal realm. The energy of his self-detonation was comparable to the attack of the third watershed of the grand heavenly immortal realm. The palm leaf fan was a connate spirit treasure. Now that it had self-detonated in his hand, the two terrifying forces combined to unleash a devastating blow. Rumble. Heaven and earth exploded, and the mountains and rivers shattered. When the great demonic fist and the Bull Demon King's self-detonation collided, the heaven and earth collapsed inch by inch. The mountains were vaporized into smoke, and everything was turned into dust. The energy that leaked out was shot out in all directions. Bang! 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 Tens of thousands of miles of land collapsed as the boundless void collapsed. Dust was swirling in the world. The scene of destruction was simply unbearable to look at. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew the dust away. In the sky, Yi Xian's eyes were sinister. His eyes shone through tens of thousands of miles of the void as he constantly searched for the whereabouts of Princess Iron Fan. She actually escaped. Yi Xian's eyes were as gloomy as water. The aura around him was extremely tyrannical. Above the sky, in the void, Yi Xian had his hands behind his back. The aura around him was gloomy. After dozens of breaths, his tyrannical mood gradually calmed down. Then, he looked towards the direction of the great thunderclap temple on Spirited Mountain in the west. A profound look flashed across his eyes when he opened and closed them. Escape to Spirited Mountain in the west. Western heaven and earth. A green immortal cloud shot through the sky. Blood and tears flowed from Princess Iron Fan's eyes. She would never forget the miserable shriek of the Ox Demon King before his death. She would never forget Yi Xian personally crushing her husband's demon heart in his hand. She had killed her son and her husband. This was a blood feud. Princess Iron Fan wanted to fight Yi Xian to the death. However, she knew that she could not turn back. If she did so, the Ox Demon King's sacrifice would have been in vain. Yi Xian, I will grind your bones to dust. I will eat your flesh and drink your blood. Princess Iron Fan screamed. Her vicious curses came from the sky. This voice was like a malicious spirit that crawled out from hell. It made one's hair stand on end. I can't die. I can't die. Spirited Mountain, Spirited Mountain. Princess Iron Fan had already gone mad. Her heart was filled with endless hatred. She kept murmuring hatefully and madly shot towards Spirited Mountain in the west. This was because Spirited Mountain was her last hope. Chapter 634. On a Tongtian divine mountain, there was a vast temple. Auspicious clouds flowed in the sky, and auspicious Buddhist light shone everywhere. Buddhist chants could be heard from all directions. The great thunderclap temple of the Western Mystical Mountain was one of the strongest orthodoxies in the world. It was founded by the two saints of the West. There were countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and its foundation was unimaginably powerful. The world only knew that there was Gautama Buddha in Mystical Mountain, and his Buddhist techniques were top-notch in the three realms. However, very few people knew that although Duobao Rolai was in charge of Mystical Mountain, he was not necessarily the strongest person. 3,000 truths, 8 division heavenly dragons, Bodhisattvas, Buddhas, Vajra Arhats. If one only looked at the power on the surface, the celestial court of the 33 layers could be compared to Mystical Mountain. However, Mystical Mountain had too many powerful experts, and the celestial court could not be compared to it. Spirited Mountain was vast and boundless. Countless great divine arts practitioners of Buddhism were cultivating in seclusion in Spirited Mountain. However, after countless years, very few people had seen these great divine arts practitioners. On the northern peak of Mystical Mountain. A sea of clouds rose, and mist filled the air. A figure sat cross-legged on the peak, and under the cover of the clouds and mist, no one could see what he looked like. No Buddhist light shone, and no Buddhist chants could be heard. This figure was like a rock, unmoving and unmoving. It was as if he had been sitting there for countless years. No matter how the world changed, it could not cause any ripples in his heart. "Brother, are you really not willing to help me?" Princess Iron Fan's hair was messy, and her expression was crazed. She roared in a low voice and looked at this figure with great sorrow. Unfortunately, this figure did not speak or move at all. No matter how Princess Iron Fan begged him, he did not respond at all from beginning to end. "Sun Wukong, Old Bull is your sworn brother. Are you really so heartless as to let him be killed by Yi Xian?" Princess Iron Fan sorrowfully rebuked, and her eyes were extremely red. Sigh. Suddenly, a soft sigh came from the top of the mountain. The figure slowly stood up, and a calm voice came from the sea of clouds. "The disputes of the world have nothing to do with me. You should return to where you came from." A hoarse voice came from the sea of clouds. His voice was very calm and did not stir up any waves. "Sun Wukong, are you really so heartless after becoming a Buddha?" Princess Iron Fan gritted her teeth as tears rolled down her cheeks. "Become a Buddha?" In the sea of clouds, a dot of Buddhist light bloomed in the clouds. The figure was walking out slowly, and his appearance was also revealed. Sun Wukong. Monkey King, Great Sage Equal to Heaven, Fighting Immortal Buddha, these were all his titles. However, Sun Wukong was wearing a Buddhist kasaya at this moment. His eyes were dim and his golden hair was withered. He was like an old monkey, no longer having the arrogant and unruly aura he had in the past. "You. How did you become like this?" Princess Iron Fan murmured in a daze. She could not believe her eyes. How did the arrogant great sage equal to heaven, who dared to turn the sky upside down, become an old monkey? He no longer had that unruly aura. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong did not answer her question. Instead, he looked calmly at Princess Iron Fan and said, "My cultivation has been destroyed, and I no longer have the magical powers of the past. How do you want me to help you?" "Wh. Why? How? How is this possible?" Looking at the decadent aura around Sun Wukong, Princess Iron Fan could completely feel that he did not have any cultivation. This was simply unimaginable to her. She did not know what had happened to Sun Wukong after endless time. "Go back to where you came from," Sun Wukong said calmly. Sun Wukong said calmly. He returned to the clouds and sat down cross-legged. Princess Iron Fan stared at his back in a daze. Her eyes were filled with bitterness. "Even you can't help me. Even if I go to the Buddhas of Spirited Mountain, who would dare to avenge my husband?" Princess Iron Fan bit her lips and said, "Brother Ox, this tribulation is destined by the heavens. From now on, you should cultivate in peace. Don't go looking for Yi Xian again. Only then can you protect your own life." Sun Wukong said hoarsely and did not say another word. "Ha! Smelly monkey, I didn't expect you to end up with your cultivation lost. What right do you have to teach me a lesson?" Her last hope had been shattered. Princess Iron Fan's eyes were bloodshot. She directly rode on the auspicious cloud and left the place. This also allowed the north peak of Spirited Mountain to return to peace. The great sage equal to heaven has ended up like this. You are really lamentable. Even if you are now a sage to be, so what? In the eyes of a saint, you are just an ant. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice came from the sea of clouds. This voice came from Sun Wukong's body, but he did not waver at all. It was as if he had long been used to the existence of this voice. The night was like water, dotted with stars. A waning moon hung in the sky. The bright moonlight poured down, reflecting the boundless land. Under the moonlight, Yi Xian was strolling in the sky. He was returning to Little Rock Village. He did not chase after Princess Iron Fan because he did not want to appear in front of the Buddhas of Spirited Mountain. Yi Xian did not care about Princess Iron Fan. He only wanted to step into the ranks of Sage to be before the 30,000-year time limit was up. A golden hair appeared in Yi Xian's hand. It was letting Yi Xian feel the power contained in it. This golden hair was the item that the Bull Demon King did not have time to use. Fighting Immortal Buddha? Yi Xian muttered to himself. A ray of immortal light flashed across his eyes. He did not need to guess at all. Just by feeling the power, he had already come to a conclusion. The power of Sage to be? He has stepped into the ranks of Sage to be. Yi Xian muttered to himself. The golden hair could help the Bull Demon King block his attack. Other than Sage to be, there was no other possibility. All of a sudden, Yi Xian looked at Spirited Mountain in the west. It was as if he saw a pair of lonely eyes staring at him. This made him squint his eyes. A wisp of unfathomable light flashed across his eyes. It's getting more and more interesting. Yi Xian retracted his gaze and smiled. No one knew what he was thinking, let alone the meaning of his words. Sun Wukong. Sage to be. Perhaps some people would ask why Sun Wukong was a sage to be. In fact, the reason was very simple. There was no shortage of amazing people in this world. Some people could cultivate for thousands of years but could only stop at the Daluo Jingxian. There were also immortals who had lived for countless years who could not even step into the Daluo Jingxian. And there was always a small group of people who were extremely talented. They had great wisdom and perseverance. They could step into the ranks of Sage to be in just 1,000,000 years or even hundreds of thousands of years. There was no doubt that Yi Xian and Sun Wukong were such people. Chapter 635. Yi Xian. Ever since he cultivated the immortal scripture, he had gone through many trials and tribulations. In less than 20,000 years, he was already at the peak of the grand heavenly realm and was only a step away from stepping into the quasi-saint realm. This was already a legend. However, one should not forget that Yi Xian was not unique. He could reach the peak of the grand heavenly realm in 20,000 years. Sun Wukong naturally had his own opportunities and could become a quasi-saint in a few 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years. A person's cultivation speed did not depend on time. If it did, it would depend on who lived longer. There would not be so many grievances in the three realms. Little Rock Village. Everything was quiet and the world was silent. 7 days had passed since Yi Xian chased after the Bull Demon King and his wife. Little Rock Village was exceptionally quiet today and not a single sound could be heard under the cover of the moonlight. The boundless sky was so close yet so far. When Yi Xian appeared in the sky above Little Rock Village, he frowned slightly and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. The smell of blood. The smell of blood in the air was extremely strong. This immediately made Yi Xian feel that something was wrong with Little Rock Village and made him squint his eyes to examine the entire village in the void. Boom! The void was trapped and light and shadow were like shuttles. Yi Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared in the village. An extremely tragic scene appeared before his eyes. Dead silence, austere, gloomy, and vicious aura. The mottled dirt path was dyed red with blood. A large number of villagers' corpses collapsed on the ground. Every villager's heart was pierced and their dilated pupils were blooming with grievances. Such a scene made Yi Xian's breath stop. He clenched his fists slightly and a bloody light flashed across his eyes. However, he was trying his best to control his violent emotions as he strolled toward the home of the grandfather and grandson duo. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Xian strolled through the village. With every inch of land he passed, he could see the corpses of the villagers lying on the ground. The tragic scene was simply too horrible to look at. Zhang Qinghe's family of 3 died tragically on the spot. His corpse was chopped into 2, and his eyes were filled with terror and despair. Li Dezhuang and his daughter's hearts were pierced through, and their bodies were soaked in dried blood. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Yi Xian walked slower and slower. He took in the tragic scene one by one, but his eyes became more and more focused. A dark and gloomy aura circulated around him. Half a cup of tea's time passed. Yi Xian finally arrived at the grandfather and grandson's residence. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian finally stopped in his tracks. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked ahead. Uncle Zhua and the little girl were tied to 2 cross poles, and their mouths were sealed. When the grandfather and grandson duo saw Yi Xian appear, large amounts of tears flowed out of their eyes. They kept sobbing to Yi Xian. Amitba. Suddenly, a shadow walked out from behind the grandfather and grandson duo. Zen Master Fa Hua was holding the earth element flag and looking at Yi Xian with a ferocious expression. Benefactor, you didn't expect this poor monk to appear in front of you alive, right? Zen Master Fa Hua smiled ferociously. The earth element flag glowed faintly and enveloped the grandfather and grandson duo. His gaze towards Yi Xian was filled with indescribable malice. Looking at the 5 elements flag in Zen Master Fa Hua's hand, Yi Xian's eyes were gloomy and calm. He instantly understood how this person managed to survive from his hands. Khanate chaotic earth element flag. Yi Xian muttered softly. Although he had never seen this item before, he had heard of the Khanate chaotic 5 elements flag. He did not expect Zen Master Fa Hua to have such a treasure. You are indeed a Tongtian Almighty. You can tell at a glance what this is in my hand. Zen Master Fa Hua nodded without any surprise. After all, even a great demon like the Bull Demon King was no match for Yi Xian. It was within his expectations that Yi Xian could recognize the earth element flag in his hand. You killed the entire village but left the grandfather and grandson duo alive. Are you trying to use them to threaten me? Yi Xian said calmly. There was no trace of hostility around him. He only looked at Zen Master Fa Hua as if he was looking at a dead man. Ha! Zen Master Fa Hua laughed ferociously and said coldly, this poor monk does not dare to threaten a Daluo Jingxian. However, you wiped out my entire Wuhua temple. If this poor monk does not make you pay the price, how can the hatred in my heart be appeased? Thud, thud, thud. Yi Xian slowly walked towards Zen Master Fa Hua. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because the grandfather and grandson pair had fallen into his hands. Stop right there. Seeing Yi Xian walking towards him, Zen Master Fa Hua's expression changed slightly. He waved the 5 element flag in his hand, causing the grandfather and grandson duo's bodies to convulse. Their faces were filled with extreme pain. If you take another step forward, this poor monk will let the grandfather and grandson duo die in front of you. Zen Master Fa Hua roared ferociously. His expression was extremely vicious. You are really stupid. Do you think you can threaten me with the lives of 2 mortals? Yi Xian was still walking forward. He did not stop because of Zen Master Fa Hua's threat. The Daluo immortal light around him was faintly blooming, causing the world to gradually distort. Come! Suddenly, Yi Xian stretched out his palm and the world changed abruptly. Zen Master Fa Hua was instantly sucked over by him. A jade-like palm slammed down on him. Even though he had the earth element flag, how could a mere golden immortal of the all-heaven resist Yi Xian? With just a thought, Yi Xian would kill him tragically. Bang! Zen Master Fa Hua's body turned illusory and disappeared into thin air. Ha! As expected, it's Daluo Jingxian. Unfortunately, this poor monk is prepared. You can't kill me. At this moment, Zen Master Fa Hua's voice was constantly reverberating in the void. His savage and vicious laughter was constantly heard. Yi Xian, this poor monk can't kill you, but so what? This poor monk has already consumed the 9 yin sunflower water. You'll see them die in front of you in an hour. This poor monk wants you to feel the pain of losing your family. Clearly, Zen Master Fa Hua was only relying on the earth element flag to leave behind a mirror image. He was not here at all. He wanted to take revenge on Yi Xian. That was his ultimate goal. Little ant, you're courting death. Rumble. Tong Tian moved the earth and the sun and moon were inverted. Yi Xian's eyes were like 2 large stars rotating. He did not seem to have done anything, but when he stretched out his palm, a huge palm that blotted out the sky condensed in the sky and grabbed at the void 1,000,000 miles away. Ah! Bang! A shrill scream came from the void. The huge palm that blotted out the sky shattered the void and captured a figure. It instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian. No, impossible. I have the earth element flag. How can you find me? Zen Master Fa Hua's face was pale as he trembled and growled. Die! Bang! Yi Xian said coldly. He slammed his palm on Zen Master Fa Hua's head, causing him to explode into a cloud of blood mist. His primordial spirit let out a shrill cry as it was captured by Yi Xian. Chapter 636. Don't kill me. Everyone was afraid of death, and Zen Master Fa Hua was no exception. His physical body had been destroyed, and his primordial spirit was currently in Yi Xian's hands. As long as Yi Xian gently clenched his hand, his soul would scatter and he would die. 9 yin sunflower water. Boom! A ball of netherworld ghost fire burst out and enveloped Zen Master Fa Hua. The rolling netherworld raging flames burned his primordial spirit, causing him to let out a miserable cry. Ah! Spare! Spare me! Yi Xian's method was too cruel. The netherworld fire would destroy the primordial spirit, and the victim would suffer the pain of thousands of ants gnawing at his heart. Zen Master Fa Hua was begging for mercy, and his primordial spirit was gradually becoming illusory, as if it would be destroyed at any time. Die! Bang! Yi Xian said coldly and directly crushed Zen Master Fa Hua's primordial spirit in his hand. Then, he looked at the grandfather and granddaughter pair with a serious expression. Chi! A streak of immortal light flickered, and the ropes binding the grandfather and granddaughter pair immediately broke. However, at this moment, the little girl's eyes were unfocused, and black blood kept flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Uncle Zhua's body was twitching, and black blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Buzz! The origin immortal light covered the grandfather and granddaughter pair, and a gentle force entered their bodies. This also caused the grandfather and granddaughter pair to slowly wake up, but a wisp of black qi lingered between their eyebrows. The 9 yin sunflower water was extremely poisonous. Even immortals would die if they came in contact with it. The grandfather and granddaughter pair were just mortals, and this was a situation where death was certain. Although Yi Xian's cultivation was powerful, the grandfather and granddaughter pair simply couldn't withstand his immortal power to expel the 9 yin sunflower water. It would only speed up their deaths. Cough! 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 Uncle Zhua opened his eyes as if he was on his deathbed. However, the deathly aura between his eyebrows was getting denser, and his eyes were starting to lose focus. Save! Save little Zhua Ma! Black blood kept flowing out of Uncle Zhua's mouth. He clutched Yi Xian's arm tightly, and an extremely weak voice came from his mouth. At this moment, Yi Xian frowned as a wisp of a heavy expression flashed through his eyes. Because he was unable to save the two of them at all. They had consumed the 9 yin sunflower water for too long, and their internal organs had all been corroded. Even if he gave them the 9-cycle golden pill, it would be unable to save their lives. Puff. Black blood gushed out of Uncle Zhuo's mouth, mixed with his shattered organs. His eyes withered even more. It was clear that the 9-yin sunflower water had destroyed all of his bodily functions. It wouldn't be long before his soul returned to the underworld. Grandfather. On the other side, the little girl's entire body was bruised. Maggot-like black gas coiled around her weak body. Black blood continuously flowed out of her mouth, and her flesh gradually began to wither. Damn it! Yi Xian growled, and the immortal aura around him became extremely chaotic. Although he had a monstrous cultivation base, the 9-yin sunflower water was an item of extreme yin and evil. If it had been an immortal, it would have been fine. If Yi Xian had used his supreme cultivation base, he could have forced it out. However, both grandfather and granddaughter were mere mortals. They couldn't withstand his immortal power at all. Moreover, the 9-yin sunflower water had already destroyed all of their bodily functions. There was nothing he could do. Uncle Zhuo's body was shrouded in a deathly aura. He tightly gripped Yi Xian's arm and begged in a sorrowful voice, "Little Yi, save little Zhuo Ma. Save Grandpa." The little girl's young face was in extreme pain. She kept groaning, and then fainted. Yi Xian slowly breathed in and out, then gripped Uncle Zhuo's hand and gravely said, "The 9-yin sunflower water is an item of extreme yin and evil in the world. If you want to save little Zhuo Ma, I can only channel her 9-yin sunflower water into your body. But this way, this old man's life is worthless. As long as little Zhuo Ma can live, it's fine. Do as you please." Uncle Zhuo grimly smiled, a hint of relief in his eyes. Okay. Yi Xian clenched his fists. He knew that there was no other way. One death was better than 2 deaths. Bzzzzz. Yi Xian formed an immortal seal with both hands, and when he thrust out a finger, he cut open both grandfather and granddaughter's wrists. Under the cover of the origin immortal light, the two of them were connected by blood, and wisps of terrifying black energy were being transferred from the little girl's body to Uncle Zhuo. Connected by blood, grafting flowers onto a tree. This was a bloodline transfer technique, and it was also the only way to save the little girl. It was all because the 9-yin sunflower water was too vicious. Although Yi Xian had a terrifying cultivation, this was the only way to deal with the 9-yin sunflower water. Yi Xian was no stranger to the 9-yin sunflower water. When he first entered the celestial court to kill the longevity immortal venerable, he had used it. The longevity immortal venerable had only been contaminated by a little of it, and his soul had dispersed. From this, one could see how terrifying the 9-yin sunflower water was. However, Yi Xian had never imagined that Zen Master Fa Hua would have such an insidious item. If he had not been careless and allowed this person to escape, today's events would not have happened. Xiao Yi, take good care of her, Uncle Zhuo said weakly. Uncle Zhuo weakly said. His flesh and blood were constantly being annihilated, and even his bones had turned into nothingness. His entire body had disappeared from Yi Xian's eyes. A fresh life disappeared before Yi Xian's eyes. Yi Xian was speechless. Uncle Zhuo's death was indirectly caused by him. If he had not come to Little Rock Village, perhaps Uncle Zhuo would not have died in front of him. Was it guilt? Or self-blame? Yi Xian's emotions were very complicated, and his eyes were somewhat lost. Although he had not spent much time with the grandfather and granddaughter, being with them gave him a sense of peace and tranquility. Yi Xian cherished this feeling very much. However, when he saw Uncle Zhuo die in front of him, his heart was fiercely shaken, as if a crack had opened in his frozen soul. Yi Xian had left behind too many corpses along the way, so he had the most direct experience of death. His heart had long been numb, and there was not the slightest ripple in his heart. The feeling of heartache? Yi Xian covered his heart and murmured. Big brother. Big Brother Yi. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, a weak voice sounded. This woke Yi Xian from his thoughts, and he looked at the little girl. At this moment, the little girl's figure was thin, as if she was only skin and bones. Although the 9-in sunflower water in her body had been channeled into Uncle Zhua's body by Yi Xian and saved her life, the 9-in sunflower water was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. It had already penetrated deep into her bone marrow, and it would not be long before it would erupt again. When that time came, the little girl would still die. A 12th grade virtuous golden lotus. Yi Xian said in a low voice, and a look of determination flashed across his eyes. If he wanted to completely expel the 9-in sunflower water, he would need a 12th grade virtuous golden lotus. Big Brother Yi, where did Grandpa go? The little girl got up with difficulty, biting her lips as she looked at Yi Xian. She seemed to have sensed something, and her eyes became misty, but she forced herself not to cry. Chapter 637. Yi Xian sighed. He stroked the little girl's yellow hair and said in a low voice, "Your grandfather has gone to a faraway place. I will bring you to him. Will you go with Brother Yi now? Brother Yi can really bring me to see my grandfather." The little girl pursed her lips. She forced herself not to cry, but clear tears still rolled down her cheeks. "Brother Yi won't lie to you. Once I cure your illness, I will bring you to see your grandfather." Yi Xian raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of the little girl's eyes. He pulled her small hand and walked towards the west. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the shadows of the two of them were elongated. Western Spirited Mountain, Great Thunderclap Temple. Thousands of auspicious qi, Buddha's light filled the sky, and the sound of chanting came from the void of the heavens. Duo Bao Rulai sat cross-legged on the golden lotus with a Buddha's light revolving behind him. He had a compassionate look on his face. "Buddha, please uphold justice for me and give my husband and child justice." Princess Iron Fan knelt on the ground. She kept kowtowing to Duo Bao Rulai and sobbing. This made the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas frown. "Iron Fan, you said that Yi Xian killed your husband and child. This is simply a fallacy. You should know that Yi Xian is the celestial emperor of the 3 realms. Why would he appear in the Aparagodania continent?" Maitreya Buddha said softly. "What Iron Fan said is true. If the Venerables and Bodhisattvas don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself." Princess Iron Fan said hatefully. She looked at Duo Bao Rulai with a hopeful look. Amitba. Duo Bao Rulai put his palms together and chanted, "Iron Fan, if the one who killed your husband and child is really Yi Xian, with his temperament, how could he let you go?" "Buddha, I." Princess Iron Fan clenched her silver teeth but couldn't say anything. She could see that Western Spirited Mountain didn't want to stand up for her dead husband and child. No matter how she begged, Duo Bao Rulai wouldn't make things difficult for Yi Xian. Clang, clang, clang. All of a sudden, 81 consecutive bell tolls reverberated throughout Spirit Mountain. This caused Duo Bao Rulai's expression to change slightly, and he abruptly looked towards the distant horizon. Rumble. The light of the origin Immortal shrouded the world, and the clouds for thousands of li surged. An imposing figure was currently walking towards Spirit Mountain, his aura capable of shaking mountains and rivers to the extreme. Amitba. Duo Bao Rulai furrowed his brows and put his palms together, chanting the name of Buddha, "May I know why Yi Tiendi has come to Spirited Mountain?" Above the firmament, in the void, Yi Xian strolled through the sky until he stood in the Tempest Temple. All the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas focused their attention on him, wondering what this Yi Tiendi wanted to do at Spirited Mountain. However, what surprised the Buddhas of Spirited Mountain the most was that there was a little girl following behind Yi Xian. At this moment, she was hiding behind him with extreme fear, quietly looking at the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas. "Yi Xian. Yi Xian's arrival directly caused Princess Iron Fan to stand up abruptly. Her eyes instantly turned red as she looked at Yi Xian. An indescribable hatred filled her eyes. If looks could kill, Yi Xian would have died thousands of times. Iron Fan, don't be rude. Why aren't you leaving? Duo Bao Rulai furrowed his brows. When Yi Xian appeared, he had already believed Princess Iron Fan's words. However, he would never make things difficult for Yi Xian for Princess Iron Fan. He still knew the severity of the matter. Yi Xian was not surprised that Princess Iron Fan was at Spirited Mountain. After all, he had killed the Bull Demon King and Red Boy. The only place Princess Iron Fan could seek help from was Spirited Mountain. However, he did not bring the little girl to the Tempest Temple today to chase after Princess Iron Fan. Duo Bao, this emperor doesn't want to waste any more words. This emperor wants to borrow 3 virtuous lotus seeds from you. Yi Xian directly stated his intentions without any tactful words. Silence, silence, extreme silence. When Yi Xian finished speaking, the entire Tempest Temple was eerily silent. All the bodhisattvas and Buddhas looked at Yi Xian with horror in their eyes. There were a total of 4 lotus platforms in the world. They were divided into the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Virtue, the 12th grade Red Lotus of Fire, the 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction, and the 12th grade Green Lotus of Creation. The 12th grade Green Lotus of Creation was obtained by Ancestor Hong Jun and given to one of the 3 pure ones, Yuan Tianzuan. The 12th grade Red Lotus of Fire was obtained by Ancestor Mingyi of the Blood Sea. It sat on the lotus platform and nothing could break it. It burned karma and turned it into karma fire. It had both offensive and defensive capabilities and was extremely terrifying. The 12th grade Black Lotus of Destruction was obtained by Luo Ho of the Demon Ancestor. It sat on the lotus platform and nothing could break it. It could absorb the violent and destructive aura and was filled with the resentment of all living beings. It was extremely terrifying. The 12th grade Golden Lotus of Virtue was obtained by Taoist Jiayin and later given to Duo Bao Rulai. It was the most important item of the Western sect and the supreme treasure of the Tempest Temple of the Western sect. At this moment, Yi Xian was asking for 3 lotus seeds of virtue from Duo Bao Rulai. This was an extremely unreasonable request. It would also cause the quality of the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Virtue to drop. How could Duo Bao Rulai agree to Yi Xian's request? Amitabha. As expected, Duo Bao Rulai's face turned cold. He said in a low voice, Yi Tiandi, the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Virtue is the supreme treasure of the Spirited Mountain. Although it's only 3 lotus seeds of virtue, I can't agree to your request. You're wrong. I'm not asking you. I'm ordering you. Today, you have to borrow it even if you don't want to. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His voice echoed in the Tempest Temple. The power of the Celestial Emperor was slowly being released. This also made Duo Bao Rulai's face turn gloomy. A great Sun Buddha's light bloomed behind him. Yi Tiandi, the Spirited Mountain and the Celestial Court will mind our own business. I hope you can think twice before you act, Duo Bao Rulai said solemnly. Duo Bao Rulai spoke in a heavy tone. A cold light flashed through his eyes as he opened and closed them. His gaze towards Yi Xian also became extremely unfriendly. If it was somewhere else, Duo Bao Rulai could give in to Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian's combat strength was heaven-defying. The 33rd Celestial Court was even more powerful than before. Duo Bao Rulai couldn't afford to offend him. But now, Yi Xian was bullying him. If he still lowered his head to Yi Xian, wouldn't he, the Western Buddha, become a joke in the 3 realms? The most important problem was that the grade 12 virtuous Golden Lotus was a Western treasure. If he really gave Yi Xian 3 virtuous lotus seeds, flaws would appear in the grade 12 virtuous Golden Lotus, and its quality would drop. If the 2 Western sages were to blame him, Duo Bao Rulai couldn't bear the responsibility. Brother Yi, let's go. The little girl quietly grabbed Yi Xian's sleeve. Her weak voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Clearly, the little girl's young heart had already been shocked to the extreme when she saw the legendary figures of the Western Buddhas. From the beginning to the end, the little girl had been quietly following Yi Xian. She didn't know who Yi Xian was. She only knew that this brother Yi of hers was very capable and had promised to help her find her grandfather. However, when Yi Xian brought her to Spirited Mountain today, she saw the Buddhas of Spirited Mountain. She also saw the legendary Buddha being polite to Yi Xian. The little girl knew that this brother Yi of hers had a great background. Chapter 638. The little girl's voice was tender and trembling. She was tugging at the corner of Yi Xian's clothes from behind. When this scene fell into the eyes of all the Buddhas, everyone looked at the little girl. Amitabha. Duobao Rulai chanted the name of Buddha. With just a glance, he could see that the little girl's vitality had been cut off. Clearly, Yi Xian wanted the lotus seed of virtue to revive the little girl's vitality. Yi Tiandi, please leave. Duobao Rulai put his palms together and directly ordered him to leave. Do you think I will leave if I don't get what I want? Thump. 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 Yi Xian was strolling forward. The surrounding void rumbled and exploded. A wisp of dark fog quietly surrounded Yi Xian. His malicious eyes stared at all the Buddhas on Spirited Mountain. This also made the atmosphere of the entire Great Thunderclap Temple extremely heavy. Yi Xian, could it be that you want to fight with me? Duobao Rulai scolded coldly. He put his palms together, and the image of an angry Vajra appeared. With just you? Yi Xian smiled sinisterly. He looked at Duobao Rulai with contempt and said, if you have lived long enough, I don't mind sending you on your way. Arrogant. Duobao Rulai roared. He was the Western Buddha and in existence at the peak of the grand heavenly realm. In the face of Yi Xian's contempt and humiliation, if he continued to endure it, he was afraid that he would become the joke of the three realms. Let this poor monk see just how capable you, Heavenly Emperor Yi, are. Rumble. The great Sun Buddha's light rumbled and rotated. The golden Buddha's palm was vast and boundless. When Duobao Rulai was enraged, he directly displayed his extremely terrifying cultivation. The pair of Buddha's palms covered the sky and earth and directly fell on Yi Xian. Old man Duobao, you're courting death. You can't blame me for this. Yi Xian smiled sinisterly. When he took a step forward, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire Great Thunderclap Temple shook violently, and the boundless void turned into a vacuum. Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of Duobao Rulai and slammed his palm toward his head. How dare you! Duobao Rulai growled coldly as his palms collided with Yi Xian's. Bang! Yi Xian's grayish-white hair fluttered violently in the light of the Buddha and the celestial light. Both of their palms collided, and an immeasurably terrifying power bloomed with the two of them at the center. The terrifying celestial light completely covered the two of them, and even Yi Xian's grayish-white hair fluttered violently in the light of the celestial light. Yi Xian, you brat! Duobao, you old dog! Their palms collided as if they were stuck together. The terrifying celestial light bloomed from their bodies, and for a moment, the two of them were in a stalemate. However, the entire Great Thunderclap Temple was shaking violently, and the protective formation of the Great Thunderclap Temple was crumbling inch by inch. Stop! Stop! If this continues, the Great Thunderclap Temple will be destroyed. A Buddha roared with shock because the might they erupted with was too terrifying. They were two existences at the peak of the golden immortal realm, and if they were to really fight, then half of Mount Numinous would definitely fall into their hands. Yi Xian, this poor monk has tolerated you for many years. Do you really think this poor monk is afraid of you? Duobao Rulai roared ferociously. The Buddha power in his body was like a vast ocean that kept pouring into his palms. He was madly clashing with Yi Xian's palms. Bang! 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 Yi Xian's grayish-white hair fluttered wildly, and the grand heavenly immortal light exploded in the void. His jade-like palms seemed young and tender, but an extremely terrifying power was pressing towards Duo Bao Rolai. Let's see how capable you are, Yi Xian growled coldly, and a vicious light flashed across his eyes. Rumble. Their palms were stuck together, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. However, with the two of them as the center, the void in all directions rumbled and shook. The great thunderclap temple that had not fallen since ancient times was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Yi Xian had seen several peak grand heavenly realm experts, but whether it was the immortal elder of the South Pole, the demonic rock Kong Xian, or even the ghost emperor Shen Tu of the underworld, they were definitely inferior to Duo Bao Rolai. Yi Xian, you are only a so-so. Rumble. Duo Bao Rolai violently unleashed his power. His Buddha palms were emitting extreme golden light as they pressed down on Yi Xian. His feet were also moving forward with great force, constantly pushing Yi Xian back, and directly causing Yi Xian to show signs of defeat. Buddha's benevolence is boundless. Today, he is enraged. Yi Xian will definitely suffer a great calamity, Mara Kasayapa, a Buddhist Banti, said with a smile. Amitba. Yi Xian may be the celestial emperor, but how can his cultivation compare to our Buddha? A bodhisattva smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Forget it. Yi Xian is too arrogant and unreasonable. Even if he married the Empyrean fairy and has 2 saints behind him, he should never have behaved so atrociously in our spirited mountain. That's right. Today, our Buddha will teach him a lesson and let him know that there is always someone better out there. All kinds of discussions could be heard. All the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were watching with smiles. It was obvious that Duo Bao Rolai was displaying his supreme Buddha's might at this moment, and Yi Xian's defeat was obvious. This also made them look at Yi Xian with a sneer. Brother Yi Xian, stop fighting. In the great thunderclap temple, a little girl with tears in her eyes was crying to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you little brat, today I will let you know how powerful this poor monk is. Duo Bao Rolai had the upper hand, and the corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. His Buddha palms were ever-changing, and the Buddha's light around him was as blazing as the sun. With unimaginable power, he pressed down on Yi Xian. Ha! Suddenly, Yi Xian's retreating footsteps stopped. The corners of his mouth curled into a strange smile. When he opened and closed his eyes, he looked at Duo Bao Rolai with a gaze of contempt. Duo Bao Rolai was slightly stunned, and an extremely bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. This also made him perform the Buddhist exorcism grand art. His Buddha palms suddenly expanded, and with boundless power, pressed down on Yi Xian. Old man Duo Bao, is this all you have? Suddenly, Yi Xian's calm voice sounded. Under the shocked gazes of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Yi Xian actually retracted his palms and opened the door in front of his chest, allowing Duo Bao Rolai to hit his chest. Bang! The void exploded, and the Buddha's light blazed. Duo Bao Rolai's palms hit Yi Xian's chest, and the endless Buddha's light also drowned the two. When this scene appeared in front of the little girl's eyes, she immediately cried out and called out Yi Xian's name. Is he crazy? Crazy, he must be crazy. How can he withstand a Buddha's attack? All the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas whispered in horror, and they couldn't believe their eyes. One must know that Duo Bao Rolai was at the peak of the grand heavenly realm, and he even cultivated the Buddhist secret technique of the 10 feet 8 golden body. Whether it was his physical body or cultivation, he was known as the peak of the 3 realms. At this moment, Yi Xian was simply courting death by taking Duo Bao Rolai's attack head-on. Unfortunately, before the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas could recover from their shock, the immortal Buddha's light slowly dissipated between the two. The next scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes completely stunned them. Chapter 639. Duobao Rolai's palms were still on Yi Xian's chest, but at this moment, he was looking at Yi Xian with a pale face. His palms were trembling to the extreme. Yi Xian didn't release any immortal light around him. He looked at Duobao Rolai strangely and calmly with an evil smile on his face. "You want to hurt me with your little cultivation?" Yi Xian said with a smile. However, his smile was too terrifying in Duobao Rolai's eyes. It made Duobao Rolai's arms tremble as he stared at Yi Xian as though he had encountered some great horror. "No. Impossible. Why? Why? Why are you unharmed?" Duobao Rolai asked in horror. He kept retreating as he looked at Yi Xian with an extremely solemn and horrified expression. Duobao Rolai couldn't be blamed for his reaction. His attack just now contained 80% of his cultivation. Even a peak grand heavenly immortal would suffer an unimaginable injury from his attack. However, Yi Xian was unscathed. How could he not be terrified? Unfortunately, Duobao Rolai didn't know that when Yi Xian cultivated to the peak of the grand heavenly immortal realm, no one in the same realm could be his opponent. No matter his cultivation or body, no one in the peak of the grand heavenly immortal realm could hurt him. Only a quasi-saint could pose a threat to him. Duobao Rolai, either you hand over the virtuous lotus seed or you die here. Don't say that this emperor didn't give you a choice. Rumble. The great Lane temple shook violently. A wisp of mist surrounded Yi Xian as he strode toward Duobao Rolai. A murderous aura filled the air. "Yi Xian, you're delusional." Duobao Rolai roared. "Die." Yi Xian didn't waste any more words, nor did he hold back in the slightest. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of Duobao Rolai. A pair of enormous palms that could support the heavens and the earth condensed, bringing with them a terrifying might that could annihilate everything as they pressed down towards Duobao Rolai. Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Duobao Rolai let out a loud roar, and a pair of Buddha palms destroyed the void. The sound of chanting filled the sky as he attacked Yi Xian. Bang! Ah! Mountains and rivers were destroyed, and time and space were distorted. When Yi Xian no longer held back, an extremely terrifying thing happened. Duobao Rolai couldn't withstand Yi Xian's attack at all. His Buddha palms crumbled inch by inch and exploded into two balls of bloody foam. He let out a shrill scream. Dong! Duobao Rolai's body was sent flying through the great Lane temple. Mountains were smashed into dust by his body. Golden Buddha blood spurted out of his mouth uncontrollably. Come! Yi Xian's emotionless voice came from all directions. A pair of illusory giant palms appeared and grabbed at Duobao Rolai. Buzz! The heavens and earth were destroyed, and the void was in turmoil. This palm grabbed the mountains and rivers, shattered the void, and directly imprisoned Duobao Rolai in his hand. Yi Xian also quietly appeared in front of Duobao Rolai. Rumble! Yi Xian's fist destroyed mountains and rivers, mercilessly and cruelly smashing towards Duobao Rolai. This made Duobao Rolai roar in anger. He chanted the Buddhist scripture, and 8 feet of golden light rose around him, hoping to resist Yi Xian's destructive attack. Crack! The 8 feet of golden light shattered inch by inch, and a mouthful of Buddha blood spurted out. Yi Xian's fist penetrated Duobao Rolai's chest, and Duobao Rolai roared in pain. However, he couldn't resist Yi Xian's killing technique. Blood. Golden blood. It was bleak and magnificent. The golden Buddha blood soaked Duobao Rolai, and the blazing Buddha light dissipated without a trace. His body cracked like a spider web. Duobao Rolai didn't even have the strength to resist Yi Xian, who was invincible. No. Impossible. Impossible. You. How can you be so strong? In the sky, Duobao Rolai's face was pale. The bloody hole in his chest was extremely terrifying, and a large amount of blood foam flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His battered body fell to the ground. However, his eyes were dull, and he was murmuring in a trembling voice. Obviously, he couldn't understand why Yi Xian, who was in the same realm as him, didn't even have the strength to resist. Instead, he suffered such a great calamity. Rumble. High in the sky, thousands of thunderbolts gathered in the clouds, and endless wind and clouds surged. Yi Xian stood in the sky, and a pair of sword fingers cut through the sky. Thousands of thunderbolts moved along with Yi Xian's sword fingers. Kill! Murderous aura and murderous intent roared. As Yi Xian's sword fingers fell, thousands of thunderbolts whizzed down with the power to destroy heaven and earth and struck Duobao Rolai. Crack! The sea of thunder churned, and the divine thunder destroyed the world. Blue thunderbolts struck Duobao Rolai's body, causing his flesh to crack. Blood kept spurting out of his mouth, and he fell to the ground of Spirited Mountain. Rumble! Rumble! Mountains collapsed one after another. Duobao Rolai smashed through countless mountains, and his entire body was smashed into the huge belly of the mountain. A terrifying human-shaped hole appeared. Buddha. The Bodhisattvas and Buddha's expressions changed drastically, and they cried out in horror. Buzz. The void shook, and ripples spread. Yi Xian stepped out and stood in the sky above Spirited Mountain. He didn't do anything, but a ferocious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As he stretched out his palm, the space between heaven and earth suddenly became extremely distorted. Come! Bang! The mountain exploded and turned into dust. Duobao Rolai's battered body appeared. The Buddhist light around him had disappeared without a trace, and he was directly sucked in by Yi Xian. Buddha. The Bodhisattvas and Buddhas came over on clouds and instantly surrounded Yi Xian. However, they looked at Yi Xian with extreme fear in their eyes. They couldn't believe their eyes. Duobao Rolai was defeated. Duobao Rolai was defeated by Yi Xian. Everyone on Spirited Mountain felt like they were in a dream. They couldn't believe this fact. They knew that Yi Xian was very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the Celestial Emperor. However, they didn't expect Yi Xian to be so strong that even Duobao Rolai was no match for him. If they remembered correctly, Yi Xian had just stepped into the Zenith Heavenly Realm 10,000 years ago. However, only 10,000 years had passed, and Yi Xian had cultivated to the peak of the Zenith Heavenly Realm. They didn't dare to imagine such a thing. Crack! Just as the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the Spirit Mountain were silent in fear, a strange sound rang out. This caused the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas to look at Yi Xian. However, the next scene caused them to tremble and be speechless. Yi Xian's 5 fingers knocked on the top of Duobao Rolai's head. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he stared coldly at the immortals and Buddhas present. I'm very reasonable. As long as you give me the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit, I'll spare Duobao Rolai's life. What do you think? Yi Xian said with a smile. However, his smile was too cold in the eyes of these Bodhisattvas and Buddhas. This made them shiver unconsciously and take 3 steps back. Chapter 640. Amitabha. A hoarse Buddhist chant came from the great thunderclap temple, and a green light appeared in the void. A green lamp swayed slightly, and an old monk walked out of the void. Greetings, Dipankara Buddha. The Bodhisattvas and Buddhas put their palms together and chanted. Their originally trembling hearts calmed down because of Dipankara Buddha's appearance. Dipankara. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Dipankara Buddha. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, someone who can make the decision has appeared. Yi Xian's fingers were on Duobao Rolai's head as he smiled at Dipankara. He could tell at a glance that Dipankara Buddha was a peak grand immortal, but his aura was obscure. The green lamp on his shoulder, in particular, gave him a faint sense of threat. Little friend Yi, you are the celestial emperor of the three realms. Our spirit mountain and the celestial court have always advanced and retreated together. But today, you have injured Duobao. This is also hurting the harmony between Spirit Mountain and the Celestial Court. Why don't you let Duobao go? This old monk is willing to sit down and talk with the Celestial Emperor. What do you think? Dipankara Buddha had an extremely high status in Spirit Mountain. When he spoke, everyone fell silent. Everyone on Spirit Mountain also looked at Yi Xian. Let Duobao go. Ha! Yi Xian laughed wildly, but his smile was extremely savage. The palm that was on Duobao Rolai's head suddenly trembled. An extremely terrifying origin immortal light descended, suppressing Duobao Rolai until he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. It was as if he would be killed on the spot in the next moment. Stop talking nonsense with this emperor. Hand over the 12th grade virtuous golden lotus and this emperor will let go of Duobao's dog life. Yi Xian said sinisterly. He didn't put the ancient Buddha Dipankara in his eyes at all. Yi Xian, even if you kill me, you won't be able to walk out of Spirit Mountain. At this moment, Duobao Rolai growled in a trembling voice. There was great humiliation in his eyes. He, the dignified Buddha of the Western Paradise, was being threatened with his life. Moreover, he was powerless to resist. No matter what the outcome was today, his reputation in the three realms had been completely destroyed. While he hated Yi Xian, Duobao Rolai's mind trembled. He was terrified of Yi Xian. Yi Xian had only been cultivating for a short period of time. How could his cultivation be so terrifying? If he was given more time, wouldn't Yi Xian step into the quasi-sage stage? Thinking of this result, Duobao Rolai's heart was filled with fear. His eyes constantly changed, and he truly hated and feared Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you just asked for 3 virtuous lotus seeds from Spirit Mountain. Now you want the grade 12 virtuous golden lotus. Have you lost your mind? Mauka Kasayapa growled in anger. Little friend Yi, I can give you the 3 virtuous lotus seeds. However, the grade 12 virtuous golden lotus is the most precious treasure of Spirit Mountain. We can't give it to you. Dipankara Buddha frowned and chanted Buddha's name in a low voice. Now this emperor has changed his mind. If you don't have the grade 12 virtuous golden lotus, then you can collect Duobao's corpse, Yi Xian said gloomily. It was not strange that Yi Xian suddenly changed his mind. Whether it was the 3 virtuous lotus seeds or the grade 12 virtuous golden lotus, he had completely offended Spirit Mountain today. In this case, he might as well offend them completely and ask for the grade 12 virtuous golden lotus. Amitba. Little friend, do you think there's no one in Spirit Mountain? As the saying goes, even Buddhas have anger. Yi Xian's arrogance made Dipankara Buddha's face turn cold. The green lamp on his shoulder swayed slightly, and a wisp of green light suddenly enveloped the entire Spirit Mountain. You want to fight? Yi Xian sinisterly smiled as his 5 fingers released a terrifying force that directly affected Duobao Rolai's head. It caused Duobao Rolai's skull to emit a crisp sound as a muffled groan came from his mouth. Ah! Duobao Rolai was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His broken body was spurting blood. His primordial spirit was faintly discernible between his eyebrows. Obviously, Yi Xian had not only exerted physical strength on him, but also suppressed his primordial spirit. He could destroy his primordial spirit at any time. Stop! Dipankara Buddha's expression changed drastically. He shouted angrily. I'll give you the grade 12 virtuous golden lotus. Let Duobao go. Rumble. Thousands of strands of auspicious qi and multicolored light shone resplendently. A 12th grade golden lotus platform appeared, and the golden light of virtue filled the surroundings. A peaceful and imposing aura bloomed from the 12th grade golden lotus of virtue and directly descended towards Yi Xian. Ancient Buddha, no. Such a scene made the bodhisattvas and Buddha's expressions change drastically. They even cried out in alarm. Old monk, you're smart. Yi Xian smiled in satisfaction. As he waved his hand, he directly took the 12th grade virtuous golden lotus into his hand. However, it was also at this moment that the 12th grade virtuous golden lotus suddenly released a Buddhist light, and the terrifying virtuous golden light enveloped Yi Xian. Amitabha. The ancient Buddha Dipankara chanted Buddha's name in a low voice. His pair of Buddha palms transformed into a giant hand that covered the sky, directly saving Duobao Rolai from Yi Xian's hands. He even put his palms together and chanted scriptures in a low voice. The 12th grade virtuous golden lotus bloomed with boundless power and directly descended onto Yi Xian's head, as if it was carrying out a terrifying suppression on him. Yi Xian, your time has come. Duobao Rolai had just escaped danger. He was covered in blood and panting heavily beside Dipankara Buddha. He looked at Yi Xian with an extremely vicious gaze. Arg! Yi Xian roared in a low voice as the immortal light around his body was annihilated inch by inch. The 12th grade virtuous golden lotus buzzed and rotated above his head. Strands of golden light seemed to want to refine him into ashes. Amitabha. There are 4 major lotus platforms in the world. The grade 12 virtuous golden lotus is a holy and virtuous object. It is not something that can be owned by evil spirits. Little friend Yi, you have a deep evil aura. I don't know how many vengeful souls you have borne. The virtuous golden lotus is your natural nemesis. Today, I can only subdue you, Dipankara Buddha said in a hoarse voice. The green lamp on his shoulder bloomed with light, and the sound of chanting scriptures came from his mouth. It turned into Buddhist scriptures that filled the sky and fell on Yi Xian. Buddha is merciful. At this moment, Yi Xian was being suppressed by the virtuous golden lotus. The little girl cried out in alarm. Her eyes were misty as she kept pleading with Dipankara Buddha. Little thing, come over here. Suddenly, Princess Iron Fan, who had been silent all this time, appeared beside the little girl and lifted her up. A cruel and vicious look flashed across Princess Iron Fan's eyes. At this moment, all the Buddhas in the sky were silent. They naturally saw Princess Iron Fan's behavior, but everyone ignored this scene. After all, this little girl came together with Yi Xian. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard, causing the entire spirit mountain to tremble violently. The grade 12 virtuous golden lotus that was suppressing Yi Xian's head was sent flying. The killing immortal light of Tong Tian was blooming around Yi Xian. Chapter 641. Die. A fist radiance broke through the barriers of time and space and enlarged in Dipankara's eyes. Yi Xian's savage and cold expression was reflected in Dipankara's eyes. How is this possible? Dipankara was no longer calm. His face was filled with panic and helplessness, but he reacted quickly. The lamp on his shoulder shone brightly, turning into a ring of azure Buddhist light that enveloped his body. He wanted to block Yi Xian's devastating blow. Clang! It was as if a divine mountain had fallen to the ground, as if the heavenly river had reversed. A loud rumble was heard, and the glazed green lamp immediately cracked. Blood flowed from the corner of Dipankara Buddha's mouth as he was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. Dipankara, you're courting death. Yi Xian let out a low roar. When he took a step forward, the light of slaughter lingered in all directions. His fists were like stars in the sky as they violently smashed towards the ancient Buddha Dipankara. Bang! 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 Yi Xian's cultivation was too terrifying, and his origin immortal body was extremely powerful. How could Dipankara be his match? The glazed lamp was in tatters and its azure Buddhist light was gradually fading. The most frightening thing was that Yi Xian's every punch caused Dipankara's body to crack and Buddhist blood to seep out of his mouth. Stop! Suddenly, Duobao Rolai roared as he sent a palm strike at Yi Xian. However, he was already seriously injured, so this strike had no effect on Yi Xian. Bang! With a flip of his palm, he could create clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Yi Xian's palm struck out and directly sent Duobao Rolai flying. His body was even severely damaged as he fiercely smashed into the spirit mountain. Get over here! Yi Xian roared ferociously. When he stretched out his palm, it directly grabbed the neck of the ancient Buddha Dipankara, causing the old monk to let out a muffled groan. A trace of despair flashed through his eyes. Old man, how dare you plot against me? Yi Xian stared coldly at Dipankara. His fingers were tightening, causing Dipankara's neck to twist irregularly. It was as if Yi Xian would break his neck in the next moment. Little friend Yi, I advise you to stop now. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave Spirit Mountain, Dipankara said with difficulty. He did not seem to be begging for mercy because he was in Yi Xian's hands. Yi Xian, if you kill Dipankara and anger the saint, you will also die on Spirit Mountain today. Duobao Rolai staggered over, blood flowing from his mouth. Yi Xian, look who this is. Are you courting death? Yi Xian didn't panic in the slightest as he watched the little girl fall into Princess Iron Fan's hands. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was even a trace of malice within them. This was because with his cultivation, he didn't need to wait for Princess Iron Fan to make a move. Amitba. Suddenly, a sorrowful Buddhist chant resounded between heaven and earth. A dot of Buddhist light grew in the distant horizon. Before Princess Iron Fan could react, the little girl in her hands suddenly disappeared. This also stunned Princess Iron Fan. Who is it? Princess Iron Fan roared angrily. A slender figure walked over from the sky. A Buddhist light illuminated the entire Spirit Mountain. When this person appeared in the sky above Spirit Mountain, the entire mountain fell silent. Fighting Immortal Buddha. When the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas saw who it was, they exclaimed in surprise. Duobao Rolai, in particular, looked at the person with a complicated expression. He became silent. Yi Dao Yu, the 12th grade Golden Lotus of Merit is yours. Please show mercy and don't take the Dipankara Buddha's life. He had golden hair and a benevolent face. A Buddhist light bloomed behind Sun Wukong. He spoke to Yi Xian calmly, without any hostility at all. A quasi-saint? Sun Wukong's appearance made Yi Xian squint his eyes. He constantly studied this legendary figure. With just a single glance, he could tell that he was already a quasi-saint, and he was definitely much more powerful than the myriad poison ancestor. Damned monkey, how dare you ruin my plans? Princess Iron Fan scolded. I'm saving your life. Sun Wukong helplessly shook his head, then looked at Yi Xian and said, Fellow Taoist Yi, this woman has some relationship with this poor monk in the past. Can you give this poor monk face and let her live? Give me a reason to spare her. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. You're only a step away from condensing a true spirit and becoming a quasi-saint. I can point you in the right direction, Sun Wukong said calmly. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, Yi Xian's expression slightly changed. It took him a few breaths of time to recover his composure. He casually threw the ancient Buddha Dipankara to the ground and didn't even look at Princess Iron Fan. Come with me, sir. Sun Wukong nodded. He did not glance at the bodhisattvas of the mountain the entire time. He strolled towards the northern peak of the mountain. This also made Yi Xian pull the girl into his arms and follow Sun Wukong. Buddha, you can't let Yi Xian take the golden lotus of merit away, a bodhisattva said anxiously. Shut up. Suddenly, Duobao Rolai bellowed furiously, immediately silencing the entire mountain. Today's matter must not be publicized. Duobao Rolai's face was gloomy. He helped the Dipankara Buddha up. They looked at each other and saw the heaviness in each other's eyes. Then, they returned to the great Laying temple hand in hand. "Stupid monkey, look at what you've done." Princess Iron Fan scolded angrily. She turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The great Laying temple. Everything was silent. The void was silent. Duobao Rolai and the Dipankara Buddha sat opposite each other on the two golden lotus platforms. Their appearances were too miserable at the moment. The Buddhist light around them was disappearing and disappearing, proving that they had suffered extremely serious injuries. An extremely oppressive atmosphere was growing. He actually walked out of the northern peak of Spirited Mountain. After dozens of breaths, Duobao Rolai spoke in a heavy voice. If one listened carefully, they would find that there was a trace of tremor in his voice. Amitabha. The Dipankara Buddha shook his head bitterly and said, "Yi Xian alone has already turned Spirited Mountain upside down. If Wukong really wants to release his inner demon, I'm afraid Spirited Mountain will suffer an unimaginable calamity. Back then, I told you that this monkey must be killed. But now, sigh." Duobao Rolai wanted to say something but stopped. A look of horror flashed across his eyes. Everyone below the Saint Realm is an ant. Wukong understands this. Even if he is unwilling, as long as he doesn't enter the Saint Realm, he will still be the divine fighting Buddha. This has never changed. You can rest assured. The Dipankara Buddha sighed bitterly. "I hope so." Duobao Rolai frowned, but a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Whether it was Yi Xian or this monkey, they were both big problems in his heart. Chapter 642. The north peak of Spirited Mountain was desolate and empty. The endless sea of blue clouds was steaming. Wisps of five-colored flowing lights surrounded the center of the sea of clouds, giving off a magnificent feeling. At the top of the north peak, the little girl fell into a deep sleep in Yi Xian's arms. Her small body was blooming with golden light. Wisps of extreme yin and extreme evil qi dissipated in the void, and her originally thin body gradually became plump. The 12th grade virtuous golden lotus is a heaven-opening spiritual treasure. It breeds creation and vitality. This child has already recovered after consuming a virtuous golden lotus seed. You don't have to worry. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain and spoke calmly to Yi Xian. Everyone says that Sun Wukong is a lawless and unruly person. But today, I see that you are kind and not arrogant. It seems that the rumors are not true. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Sun Wukong smiled. He pointed one finger at the sky and shook his head at Yi Xian. This world is like a chess game. All living things are chess pieces. You and I both exist in this world. Isn't the so-called lawlessness a joke? You're not Sun Wukong. Yi Xian said softly. As Yi Xian's words fell, Sun Wukong's calm face was slightly stunned. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "If you say that I'm not Sun Wukong, then who am I? Have you heard of a saying?" Yi Xian did not answer his question. "Please enlighten me." Sun Wukong said softly. It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. Although I've never seen Sun Wukong, I still have some understanding of him. Back then, when he destroyed the Lingxiao Palace, he would rather become a demon king in the lower realm than become an immortal or Buddha. Even in the face of the immortals and Buddhas, he never bowed. Although a person's character can be changed, the deep-rooted thing in his bones can never be changed. Tell me, are you really Sun Wukong? Yi Xian's voice grew calmer and calmer. However, his voice was extremely certain because he believed in his own judgment. No matter how much a person changed, the things that were deeply rooted in their bones would never change. Take Yi Xian for example. He could treat the little girl in his arms very well, but he also felt very sorry for Uncle Zhu's passing. However, his heart remained cold and emotionless. To put it cruelly, if these two dared to obstruct his path forward, he would definitely use his butcher's knife to kill them on the spot. Yi Xian was able to see through himself very clearly. He naturally wouldn't believe that the dignified great sage, heaven's equal, a peerless figure who didn't put the immortals and Buddhas in his eyes, would be as kind and amiable as an old monk. Silence. Silence, extreme silence. Sun Wukong silently looked at Yi Xian. His body trembled slightly, and his breathing became somewhat disordered. However, the helplessness and self-deprecation in his eyes became more and more intense. You're not me. You don't understand what I've been through, and you don't know why I've become what I am today, Sun Wukong said in a low voice. His eyes were staring straight at Yi Xian. A fierce look flashed across his eyes. Yi Xian did not avoid Sun Wukong's gaze. He only smiled and said, although I don't know what you've been through, if you can't even be yourself, what's the difference between this and death? Rumble. Like the morning bell and evening drum, like the thunder from the ninth heaven, Yi Xian's voice kept exploding in Sun Wukong's mind. He was completely stunned and speechless. The Buddhist light around him was extremely chaotic. Kakik. Suddenly, an unbridled and wild laughter came from Sun Wukong's body. A wisp of demonic aura spread out from Sun Wukong's body. Deity, you're simply a joke. Even this kid understands this, but you still want to suppress me. You're simply stupid. Shut up. Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically. He chanted the Buddhist name loudly. An extremely terrifying Buddhist light rippled out, and a painful groan came from his body. Who is he? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The heavenly emperor's Dharma eyes rumbled as if he wanted to see who was inside Sun Wukong's body. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance shone so brightly that Yi Xian could not open his eyes. However, he still saw a trace of the outline inside Sun Wukong's body. A monkey with golden hair and a ferocious appearance. Its body was emitting demonic light. It was roaring inside Sun Wukong's body. A pair of dazzling fangs flashed with a cold light. A pair of fierce eyes were emitting a bloodthirsty light. It had an unruly and lawless aura. It was looking at Yi Xian inside Sun Wukong's body. A golden chain wrapped around the devil monkey. No matter how much the devil monkey roared, it was unable to break free from the chain. However, an extremely demonic and devilish aura bloomed violently around its body, and its ferocious eyes were filled with a desire to battle the heavens and destroy the earth. Amitabha. Sun Wukong put his palms together and chanted sutras in the void. This also made Yi Xian instantly look away. However, there was an extremely surprised look in his eyes. Did you see it? Sun Wukong's face was gloomy. He stared at Yi Xian. A ring of Buddhist light quietly covered the north peak of Spirit Mountain. A thick and oppressive aura was hanging down on Yi Xian. You want to fight me? Rumble. The light of the origin immortal exploded, causing spacetime to distort. A wisp of chaotic mist swirled around Yi Xian's body, and the mark of a blood moon flashed on Yi Xian's forehead. A destructive energy erupted from his body. Sun Wukong withdrew his energy and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The Buddhist light around him dissipated, and he became calm once more. However, he looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Yi Xian withdrew his energy and became calm once more. The two of them sat cross-legged on the ground, but their gazes intertwined, causing the world to slightly distort. After 10 seconds, Sun Wukong spoke in a low voice, "Do you know that if I wanted to kill you just now, your soul would have been obliterated? Although you're a quasi-saint, you can't kill me," Yi Xian calmly said. Sun Wukong slowly nodded and said, correct. You walk the path of strength, and your origin immortal body is almost complete. It truly is rather difficult for me to kill you. Yi Xian was alarmed by Sun Wukong's words. He had never imagined that Sun Wukong would be able to tell that he cultivated the path of strength. It must be known that besides the Tong Tian and Dao ancestor Hongjun, no one else had been able to tell that he cultivated the path of strength, but Sun Wukong had seen through it with a single glance. How could Yi Xian not be astonished? Are you very puzzled as to why I could tell that you cultivated the path of strength? Sun Wukong smiled faintly. His eyes flickered as he said, before I became a quasi-saint, I cultivated the Dao affirmation method through strength. What? Yi Xian grimaced, his calm demeanor gone. Chapter 643. The 9 tribulations of the heavenly way are the most terrible tribulations in the world. They may be the heavenly punishment or the great tribulation of the human heart. Only by passing the 9 tribulations of the heavenly way can one transcend the heavenly way and become the saint of all beings. It's a pity that I almost died under the first tribulation. I had no choice but to switch to the 3-corpse slaying technique. Today, I saw that you are also using strength to prove your Tao, so I came out to meet you. Sun Wukong sighed softly. The 9 tribulations of the heavenly way. Hearing Goku's words, Yi Xian murmured. He suddenly looked up at the sky, and his eyes gradually became gloomy, as if he understood something at this moment. Yes, the way of proving through strength is different from the 3 corpses technique and the way of virtue. The way of proving through strength is about breaking all laws with one force, breaking through the shackles of the world and transcending the heavenly way. Only the strongest force is the way of eternity. Goku's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes shone with excitement. However, this kind of light quickly dissipated, and his whole person became silent. Unfortunately, I almost died under the first tribulation. If I didn't destroy the way of proving through strength, my soul would have been scattered between the world. Goku laughed at himself. Old Hongjun. Yi Xian clenched his fists, and his eyes were extremely gloomy. Today, after hearing Goku's explanation, he suddenly realized that the way of heart that Dao ancestor Hongjun taught him was simply to bewitch him into the way of proving through strength. Stupid, stupid, extremely stupid. Yi Xian's face was ferocious, and he was roaring furiously in his heart. He had never doubted Dao ancestor Hongjun's words, and always thought that Dao ancestor Hongjun was showing him the way to sage to be. However, after chatting with Sun Wukong today, Yi Xian suddenly realized that Dao ancestor Hongjun wasn't guiding him on the right path at all. Instead, he wanted to destroy his path of proving the Dao through strength. What was the way of proving through strength? Strength could destroy all techniques, and the heavens and the earth could be obliterated wherever one's heart desired. Trampling the heaven Tao beneath one's feet and transcending the 3 dimensions to become a saint amongst saints and become invincible in the myriad of worlds. This was the foundation of attaining the Tao with strength. As long as the heart is not extinguished, all living things will exist forever. As long as the true spirit is born, one can become a quasi-saint. All of this is simply a joke. Yi Xian's heart had never changed. He walked the path of proving his Tao through strength, and he only believed in strength. What did it have to do with the soul? Dao ancestor Hongjun's intentions were murderous. He was simply trying to bewitch Yi Xian and lead him off the path of using strength to attain the Tao. He was simply trying to destroy Yi Xian. Old man Hongjun. Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly as his eyes turned crimson red. A feeling of shame and indignation grew in the bottom of his heart. The extreme humiliation caused Yi Xian's face to swell to the extreme. He had been fooled by Dao ancestor Hongjun, and he had been fooled by Dao ancestor Hongjun for more than 10,000 years. In fact, Yi Xian could not be blamed for being bewitched by Dao ancestor Hongjun. If it were anyone else in Yi Xian's position, they would definitely believe Tao ancestor Hong Jun without a doubt. Who was Tao ancestor Hong Jun? He was as famous as the great god Pangu. He was the first saint since the creation of the world. He even used his body to complement the heaven Tao. He was the strongest person in the world, and even the three pure ones had to respect him as their teacher. Who would have thought that such a supreme figure would actually appear in person to deceive Yi Xian? If it were not for the conversation with Sun Wukong today, Yi Xian was very sure that he would still be immersed in Tao ancestor Hong Jun's bewitchment even after 300,000 years or 3 million years, let alone the 30,000-year deadline he had set for himself. Only power was eternal, and the rest were illusions. This principle was very simple and easy to understand. Yi Xian had always understood it. However, the simpler the principle, the more complicated it was. Yi Xian's thoughts were too heavy, and because of Tao ancestor Hong Jun's bewitchment, he had forgotten this most simple principle. It was only today that he woke up from Sun Wukong's words. However, he had already wasted 10,000 years. The humiliation that Tao ancestor Hong Jun had given him made Yi Xian want to kill his way to the 9 heavens and turn Tao ancestor Hong Jun into ashes. Hong Jun. Ha! Sun Wukong was stunned at first, then he looked up at the sky and said with a contemptuous smile, Hong Jun is the heaven Tao, and the heaven Tao is Hong Jun. Don't you understand this principle? As Sun Wukong's words fell, Yi Xian clenched his fists. His face was full of humiliation. Sun Wukong's words were like steel needles that kept stabbing into his heart. Not only did he feel an indescribable pain, but his heart was also filled with great shame and anger. Humiliation, a great humiliation. Yi Xian had never suffered such a great humiliation since he started cultivating. This was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. However, he had to endure this humiliation, because he could not wash away this humiliation yet. Tell me, how can I become a sage to be? Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes darkened. He stared at Sun Wukong. A touch of tyrannical bloodlust streaked across his eyes, and his voice was extremely cold. Power, endless power. As long as you continue to accumulate your cultivation, when the quantitative change reaches a qualitative change, your primordial spirit will become an indestructible true spirit, and you will become a half-step to sage to be. Half-step to sage to be? Yi Xian frowned and looked at Sun Wukong in confusion. Sensing Yi Xian's puzzled gaze, Sun Wukong nodded slowly. There was a touch of excitement in his eyes as he continued, "Do you know why I almost died under the first tribulation?" Without waiting for Yi Xian to ask, Sun Wukong seemed to have sunk into a distant memory. He said in a low voice, "Physical body. My physical body was too weak. It could not merge with the indestructible true spirit, and my heart was too big." As Sun Wukong slowly recounted the events of the past, Yi Xian listened quietly. However, his expression gradually turned serious until he became silent. According to Sun Wukong's words, Yi Xian finally knew where his future path was. However, the more he understood the path to becoming a sage to be through strength, the more a terrifying pressure appeared on his mind. If Yi Xian wanted to become a sage to be, it was very simple. He just needed to absorb endless power and transform his indestructible primordial spirit into an indestructible true spirit. Then, he could directly enter the ranks of the sage to be. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Yi Xian had already entered the ranks of the sage to be. However, to Yi Xian who cultivated the Tao through strength, he was only a half-step to sage to be. Because Yi Xian cultivated the Tao through strength, it was not enough to transform his indestructible primordial spirit into an indestructible true spirit. He also needed to cultivate the Daoyuo immortal body to great success. Only when his spirit and body became one could he truly enter the ranks of the sage to be. Moreover, he would be the first sage to be in the world to use strength to prove his Tao. In the past, Sun Wukong had only condensed the indestructible true spirit, but his physical body still had a great flaw. When he encountered the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, just the first tribulation almost caused his soul to scatter and die. If he had not dispersed the method of using strength to prove his Tao and switched to the art of severing 3 corpses, he would have died long ago and disappeared from the world. Chapter 644. Of course, using strength to prove the Tao was hailed as the strongest technique in the world. Only demi-saints could truly display the terror of this technique. Half-step demi-saints were completely comparable to demi-saints who had severed one of their corpses. Against demi-saints who had not severed the good and evil corpses, they were invincible and could kill them on the spot. If Yi Xian could become one with his body and cultivate the Daoyuo immortal body to great success, allowing him to truly step into the ranks of demi-saints, even demi-saints who had severed the good and evil corpses would not be his match. Each of the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao was a life or death tribulation. If he could pass the first 3 tribulations, he could completely challenge saints. The so-called Nuwa of the 3 pure ones could only fight to a draw with Yi Xian. And if Yi Xian could pass the 6 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, he would completely surpass saints. While he did not dare to say whether he could kill saints, he would absolutely have no problem sweeping away the 3 pure ones and the others. If Yi Xian could pass the 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, he would directly transcend the heavenly Tao and become the saint of all beings. The so-called saints could be destroyed with a single finger. Even Hongjun of the heavenly Tao would not be Yi Xian's match. As Sun Wukong spoke, Yi Xian's expression fluctuated. While he was excited, there was also an extremely heavy expression. Putting aside the terrifying 9 tribulations of the heavenly Tao, Yi Xian alone faced 2 major problems. First, if he wanted to transform his indestructible primordial spirit into an indestructible true spirit and step into half-step demi-saint, he would need to devour an endless amount of cultivation Tao fruits. But where could he devour cultivation Tao fruits that could help him step into half-step demi-saint? Devouring the so-called Daoyuo Jingxian was like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Only the cultivation Tao fruits of the demi-saint could help him transform his primordial spirit into an indestructible true spirit as quickly as possible. This would also allow him to possess the power of a demi-saint who had severed one of their corpses. Second, the Daoyuo immortal body was only 1 step away from great success. But this step was like the difference between heaven and earth. He could not see any hope. Looking at Yi Xian's silence, Sun Wukong sighed and said, "I've said what I need to say. You can leave now. This can be considered a good karma between you and me." After Sun Wukong finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly. Obviously, he had given the order to leave and did not want to have any more interactions with Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't move. A bright light flashed through his eyes. At this moment, he was constantly examining Sun Wukong, and a deep expression appeared in his eyes. Yi Xian sat cross-legged as he stared at Sun Wukong. His voice became calm as he asked, "The devil monkey in your body is the evil corpse that you killed, right?" Rumble. Sun Wukong opened his eyes, and his golden pupils were buzzing. He looked at Yi Xian with a hint of hostility. "You are very bold. You actually want to hit on me?" Sun Wukong said in a low voice. "You're wrong. I'm not hitting on you. I'm saving you." A strange smile appeared on the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. He looked straight at Sun Wukong, and his voice was gentle and warm, as if he was talking to an old friend of many years. "Saving me?" Sun Wukong smiled. His smile was too Buddha-like and did not have any hostility. Instead, it was filled with compassion. However, his gaze towards Yi Xian became more and more unfriendly. "You're so funny. You're probably hitting on my evil corpse, aren't you?" Sun Wukong's voice gradually turned cold. "Ha!" Suddenly, Yi Xian laughed loudly. His laughter echoed in all directions. When he stopped laughing, his calm voice also sounded at this moment. "You're right. I'm hitting on your evil corpse. Moreover, I have a heaven-defying technique that can devour the cultivation of others. If I can devour the cultivation of the evil corpse in your body, it will allow me to step into the half-step quasi-saint. Yi Xian did not hide his intentions and directly stated his intentions. He he. Sun Wukong laughed, except his smile gradually turned cold. I must say, you're very bold. Aren't you afraid of being reduced to ashes here? Rumble. The light that blotted out the sky rose up, and the space in the surroundings changed. A huge, golden hand blotted out the sky, unleashing unimaginable power as if it could fall towards Yi Xian at any time. A quasi-saint who had severed a corpse was not something the myriad poison ancestor could compare to. Even though Yi Xian was a peak grand immortal right now, he would probably suffer unimaginable injuries against an extremely terrifying quasi-saint like Sun Wukong even if he managed to escape with his life. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was not fazed by Sun Wukong's murderous aura at all. He continued to smile at Sun Wukong. There's no need for that, fellow. Can you listen to me slowly? If you find what I'm saying to be useless, we can fight. Even if I die to your hands, Yi Xian will have no complaints. Yi Xian smiled. All right. You might be eloquent, but it's a pity that I'm not a 3-year-old child. Sun Wukong squinted his eyes, and the palm that blotted out the sky silently dispersed. The surroundings fell silent once more. Fellow, you were originally a 5-colored divine rock, and your original form was the wise rock monkey. You've transcended the 3 realms and the 5 elements. You've even practiced the method of proving your path through strength in the past, which also proves that you're unwilling to submit to others. It's just a pity that you failed on the verge of success in the end, so you could only switch to the method of severing the 3 corpses to become a saint. But fellow Taoist, have you ever thought about it? Since the creation of the world, the only person in this world who was able to cut off the 3 corpses was Tao ancestor Hongjun. Those 6 saints of the world were only able to become saints through virtue. What does that have to do with me? Sun Wukong said coldly. The 3 corpses are the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self. Fellow, you used your great willpower and wisdom to sever the evil corpse, and in the future, you can also sever the good corpse. Even if you have the courage to sever the self and achieve the supreme position of a saint, have you ever considered that at that time, you'll still be the real you? As Yi Xian finished speaking, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly and stared at Yi Xian. He did not refute Yi Xian's words, but if one were to sense carefully, one would discover that his breathing was slightly chaotic. Let's not talk about whether you can successfully sever the 3 corpses to become a saint. Even if you become the second person to sever the 3 corpses to become a saint, you'll be emotionless and emotionless, just like the rules of the heavenly Tao. Is this the future you want? Fellow, you can take a look at your evil corpse. That's the former you. You used to be called the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. You used to be called Sun Wukong, and not the divine fighting Buddha of today. Lawless and unruly. You dared to pierce the heavens with the Rui Jingu Bang. You dared to roar at the injustice of the heavenly Tao. But the former you was severed by yourself. Is this the path you want to take? Yi Xian's voice exploded in Sun Wukong's mind like the morning bell and the evening drum. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens. Sun Wukong's body and mind trembled violently, and he fell into an indescribable state. Whine. Suddenly, Sun Wukong flipped his palms, and his body emitted a dazzling light. The devil monkey sealed in his body walked out. When the devil monkey appeared in the outside world and saw Yi Xian nodding and smiling at him, the devil monkey clenched his fists. Although his body was surrounded by demonic aura and demonic light, he still bowed to Yi Xian. Fellow, thank you for speaking up for justice, the devil monkey said in a low voice. Then, he suddenly turned to look at Sun Wukong. He looked directly at Sun Wukong and said, True body, you and I are of the same mind. If you really want to take the path of severing the three corpses to become a saint, we'll settle this today. This way, you won't be troubled by my evil corpse. Who are you? Sun Wukong's eyes were confused, but he stared at the devil monkey in front of him. It was as if he was asking the answer he had always wanted to know. Who am I? The devil monkey smiled proudly. Tongtian's demonic light soared into the sky, and his roar echoed in all directions. I'm the great sage, heaven's equal. I'm Sun Wukong, and I'm the former you. True body. Suddenly, a white light separated from Sun Wukong's body and turned into a golden monkey. Its body was emitting immortal light, and at this moment, it was smiling at Sun Wukong. True body, do you still remember? In the past, there were countless demons in Mount Huagua. At that time, you had no ability, but you still led the monkeys to fight against these demons. In order to protect the monkeys, you fearlessly crossed the East Sea and came to the Aparigodania continent to worship Patriarch Bodhi and learn your skills. If you didn't have kindness in your heart, how could you and I be where we are today? Good corpse. Sun Wukong murmured and trembled. He clearly hadn't severed his good corpse yet, so why would his good corpse appear by itself? The so-called method of severing three corpses to become a saint is simply the path of a bad person's foundation. Sun Wukong, do you really want to lose yourself and become a rule in the world that only knows how to operate? After being enlightened and roaring, Yi Xian's voice exploded in Sun Wukong's ears like thunder. Ha! Suddenly, Sun Wukong laughed wildly. The boundless world rumbled and shook, and his body shone. This wasn't Buddha's light, but a kind of chaotic light. His slightly hunched back straightened at this moment. Moral Bodhi is not a righteous fruit. Today, I know that I am me. His roar filled the sky, and the world rumbled. The entire spirited mountain shook violently, and a rebellious aura that dared to ask the heavens for injustice soared into the sky, causing the entire three realms to freeze slightly. Chapter 645. The endless sky rumbled, and thunder raged across the ninth heaven, causing the entire spirit mountain to tremble violently. The expressions of Western Heaven Gautama Buddha and Dipankara Buddha in the Great Thunderclap Temple changed drastically, and their bodies and minds were trembling to the extreme. The Bodhisattvas and Buddhas didn't know what was going on, but a sense of uneasiness suddenly rose in their hearts. On the north peak of Spirit Mountain. Fellow Taoist, I can't thank you enough. Today, I will lend you a hand. Sun Wukong laughed arrogantly. His body was glowing. It was a kind of chaotic divine light that emitted an indescribable temperament. At this moment, he looked at Yi Xian with a solemn expression. Severing the three corpses and losing myself is not the path I want to take. Today, I will disperse the cultivation of the three corpses. Fellow Taoist, you can swallow as much as you want. It all depends on your ability, Sun Wukong roared. Three corpses returned to origin. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the sky exploded. The devil monkey looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, striding towards Sun Wukong. The golden divine monkey smiled and nodded, also walking towards Sun Wukong. One heart and one body, fight the world again. The good and evil corpses roared in the sky. The two figures collapsed inch by inch, directly turning into two imprints that merged into Sun Wukong's body. Two unimaginable forces condensed in the void, which was obviously the power of the quasi-sage left behind by the good and evil corpses. Fellow Taoist, if you don't swallow now, when will you? Sun Wukong roared arrogantly, and his aura soared into the sky. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Yi Xian cupped his hands and bowed. His robe rumbled, and a wisp of fog surrounded him. His figure gradually became illusory, and an extremely terrifying suction force appeared in his body. Tribulation Transcender Technique. Buzz. Heaven and earth turned upside down, the sun and moon lost their light, and the world suddenly darkened. Flying above the north peak of Spirit Mountain, Yi Xian seemed to have turned into a terrifying vortex, directly swallowing the power of the quasi-sage left behind by the good and evil corpses into his body. Rumble. Boundless darkness swept across heaven and earth, and an unimaginable fluctuation grew in the north peak of Spirit Mountain. There was also an extreme terror rising in the hearts of all living beings in the three realms. Loneliness, darkness, withered, despair, and all kinds of negative emotions grew in the world. Even the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas on spirit were agitated, and a sense of brutality rose in their hearts. Amitabha. Suddenly, the sound of thunder rumbled and chanted sutras. The shadows of Buddhas appeared in the sky. A huge Buddha face appeared on the north peak of Spirit Mountain. A demon-subduing golden light bloomed in the sky. The world is in chaos, and there is a great calamity of darkness. This child's demonic roots are deep, and he cannot be left alive. Wukong, you are helping the evildoer. Buddhas 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 Buddhas, and Buddhas Buddhas Buddhas, and the Buddha 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 Buddha, Buddha of his Lord Buddha God, of God, of his of God, of ye of it his of them. Of say. Medicine King glazed Buddha. Sun Wukong's chaotic divine light shrouded him. He looked up at the sky, and a fierce light bloomed from his eyes. His ferocious roar that shook the universe exploded between heaven and earth. Medicine King glazed Buddha was one of the Western Buddhas. He had never appeared in the three realms, but he was a high and mighty quasi-saint. He was also an unimaginably terrifying figure. He was not someone Duobao Rolai and Dipankara Buddha could compare to. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll see the shore. This man is obsessed with killing. If he becomes a quasi-saint, there will be an unimaginable catastrophe in the three realms. The sky was boundless, and the Buddha's face was ferocious. The Medicine King glazed Buddha let out a low roar, and a ring of Buddha's light rose in the sky. There was also an unimaginably terrifying fluctuation that bloomed. Indomitable and unyielding. If you dare to stop him from achieving the Tao, have you asked for the permission of the iron rod in my hand? Unbridled and lawless. Sun Wukong's chaotic divine light soared into the sky, and his domineering voice exploded in the spiritual mountain. The boundless earth rumbled, and a terrifying ravine also appeared at this moment. Come, cudgel. Rumble. Heaven and earth buzzed, and time and space trembled. A golden light shot up from the ground, and a golden iron staff bloomed with thousands of rays of golden light. The chaotic golden light shot in all directions, and Sun Wukong held it in his hand. Take this. The iron staff danced in the sky, and Sun Wukong laughed wildly. He swung the iron staff against the sky, and the golden staff shadow turned into 100,000 miles long, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. Bang! 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 The iron staff split the sky, and the Dharma form dominated the world. Sun Wukong was indeed an earth-shattering peerless figure. His body turned into 100,000 feet long, and the iron staff swept in all directions, smashing the sky-covering Buddha's face into pieces, and shattering this part of the world. Amitabha. The exorcist roared, and Buddha's light filled the sky. An old monk with 9-colored Buddha's light appeared in the sky. He put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name. The Buddha's light around him disrupted the void, and he was glaring at Sun Wukong. Wukong, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll see the shore. Medicine King glazed Buddha's words were like spring thunder. There's no road in the sea of bitterness. Press forward. If God blocks you, kill God. If Buddha blocks you, kill Buddha. Sun Wukong laughed sinisterly. He swung the iron staff, and billions of iron staff shadows whizzed through the sky, smashing down on Medicine King glazed Buddha with terrifying killing power. Clang! The iron staff suppressed the mountains and rivers. The entire spirit mountain shook violently, and the endless peaks turned into dust. Medicine King Glazed Buddha's face was gloomy, and his Buddha's palms struck the void, blocking Sun Wukong's violent and terrifying smashing. Wukong, you've been a Buddha for many years. Are you going to become a demon again? Medicine King Glazed Buddha retreated step by step, but his Buddha's palms were flipping the sky. Millions of Buddha's light appeared in all directions, and he questioned Sun Wukong loudly. What is Buddha? What is a demon? Old Sun doesn't respect heaven and earth, and doesn't respect immortals and Buddhas. So what if I become a demon? Sun Wukong laughed sinisterly, and swung the iron staff in his hand. Every smash of the iron staff made Medicine King Glazed Buddha retreat continuously, and the Buddha's light around him collapsed inch by inch. Sun Wukong was too terrifying, and his combat power was unimaginable. Although he had dispersed the art of severing 3 corpses, he was still a sage to be, and had once walked the path of Tao through strength. Medicine King Glazed Buddha was no match for him at all. Wukong, you're stubborn. If you continue to cause trouble and provoke the 2 sages of the West to punish you, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape the punishment of the sages. Medicine King Glazed Buddha said angrily. The heavenly Tao is unfair. The sages are the children, and I'm just a chess piece in this world. If the 2 sages of the West dare to appear here, I won't be afraid even if I die in the hands of the sages. Sun Wukong laughed wildly and roared. His iron staff seemed to have swung the entire sky, and his explosive words resounded throughout the spirit mountain. It also made the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in all directions keep quiet out of fear, and their hearts trembled. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.